Morning everyone, it's 10 a.m. and I'd like to welcome everyone back to the third of the examination into the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea Local Plan. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Louise Nurser. I'm the planning inspector who's been appointed to examine this plan. The way I lead the event is through a structured discussion led by me, and if you wish to speak, please put your nameplate on its side now. That will indicate that you wish to speak. My understanding is there are no fire alarms today. The toilets are on this floor. The council had been kindly providing coffees in the afternoon and in the morning. My understanding is now that they'll just be doing that in the morning. Is that correct?
The coffees will be in the afternoon as well, actually, and they are in committee room too.
Okay, right, okay, clearly the demise of the coffee in the afternoon has been much overestimated. Right, okay. What other points did I want to raise? Yes, my understanding is that we've got a few people who haven't been able to attend today. There's some apologies, but just to clarify that obviously I've read all the representations and statements, so the fact that people aren't here shouldn't really be any, well, I mean, obviously it's good for people to be here, but I'm saying there shouldn't be prejudice like that. I've got a few questions that I want to get through, and just to remind people, if you wish to speak, and I've asked you to speak, to press the button on your microphone, because there's a camera that will pan onto your face, and it's important that it pans on your face at the appropriate moment. Okay. Let's look in at the issue relating to the viability evidence. The way I'm going to do this is I'm just going to quickly look through the actual document, and where I've raised particular queries, you can hopefully clarify those. Okay, I'd like to look at build costs. You've put 6% in relation to Part L. That seems to be quite high. It's a result of double counting, given you've also got your climate change costs. Question of the council.
I'm sorry, what question are we on?
I'm just going through, it's question 169.
169?
Yeah.
So God, I don't want the agenda.
Don't worry.
All right, don't worry, I'm still not aware. I'm sorry.
I think that is what the agenda starts with, is 169. Yes. Thank you. Sorry, I think Miss Lambert and Mr. Bark. Excuse me. Sorry, it's very off-putting to have you talking, please. Thank you.
So I think if the costs have been factored in at 6% for Part L, and then I think we've looked at an uplift in terms of the new climate change evidence in the delivering net zero carbon study. I don't think that's double counting, because that formed the baseline, and then the improvements or the policy uplift that we are seeking over Part L, which will result in net zero developments in the borough. I think that has been taken as the baseline, the Part L cost, and then the uplift is on top of that. So I don't believe there is double counting there. If there is any chance of double counting, what the study shows is that development is still viable, even if additional costs have been taken into account. So in a sense, I don't think there is double counting, but if there is, it will actually improve the viability if we take out that double counting, and I'm not saying that we have done that.
Thank you. Can I just confirm that in terms of the SIL, the study's approach was that much of the development in the borough wouldn't be liable for SIL. My understanding is that, but what they've done is that they've worked on the premise that it would be liable for SIL, and therefore that gives them more capacity for development. Is that correct? Understanding of it? It's paragraph 430 of the study.
Yes, yeah, I think, that paragraph is referring to the fact that most of our development is on brownfield land. So there are existing buildings and they may have the in-use exemption for SIL charges, so it's on the uplift. But the study has, the only areas exempt from SIL in the borough are the 2 opportunity areas, otherwise it just assumes that SIL is charged on the uplift. I think that's what the study has assumed. In fact, the NP Viability Evidence is the charging schedule for us. They're quite familiar with how that was introduced and what the charges are.
My understanding that's not quite correct. President in HBL must come in here unless he's gone away. Let's start listening. But my understanding is from paragraph 440, 430, sorry, it says, still regs that if any part of an existing boat in or for use for 6 months within 36 months prior to the time of which planning permission development, all the existing floor space will be deducted when determining the amount of chargeable floor space. Correct?
That's right, yes.
Yeah, therefore, as I said, the assumption is that much of the development which was going to take place in Kensington, by very definition, because you don't have greenfield sites, is likely to have the SIL taken, not have to pay it, therefore the viability clearly will have a little bit of a bump by the fact they won't have. So that's correct, isn't it?
That's right, yes, yeah. But then as you stated, it then assumes that actually most of them, they have applied the SIL rate.
Yeah. But that's because they were trying to work out whether it's broadly viable. But in terms of for an individual development coming forward, it's a slightly more rosy picture than the policy, than the SIL, than the this document would suggest.
Yeah.
That's what I'm really trying to clarify. Okay, I'd also like to look at the issue relating to exceptional costs, which is paragraph 440. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear as well. And this obviously has reference to the questionnaire and query I raised about canal side. It's basically saying that exceptional costs shouldn't be taken into account, they're sort of neutral. I guess that's to clarify that was the case. Thank you. I also wanted to raise the issue of public land at 0 benchmark land value. Could you clarify how that actually works? So that's paragraph 445.
I think it's just assumed for testing the 50% on public land. It's just assume the benchmark land values at the starting point to be 0. So I'm not sure exactly how that detail has been plugged in to the study, but I can find out from the NP how they've modeled that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd also be interested how that actually comes into what's defined as public land.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be useful to know what is public land.
Because
I'm sure Transport for London would say
that's
would yes, exactly. I'm sure any developer would, even if you work for a public authority, would say that number 0. Okay. In terms of electric vehicles, surely we've moved on from that actually being something that's factored into the assessment on the basis that it's completely ingrained into building regulations. Also, is that majority of sites in London and Chelsea won't be providing EV charging points anyway. So one could argue that that would again put something in the viability basket as a positive
Yes.
for us moving forward. Mr. Stevens, if you wish to jump in at any point, please do. Thank you. The other issue was how you actually have established your use value. It's clear that sales values should not, market value, as the concept that market value equates to established use value has been discounted, have it not? Yeah, but I'm just interested how you actually got to the established use value.
I think, well, the study just mentioned they have looked at land transactions, and yes, the guidance advises that the market value is what we should be looking at, but I think it's sort of research done in the borough and come to a conclusion on the benchmark land values based on that, as well as it's been used in planning applications as well. So at the start of the study, when we were looking at typologies, we provided planning reference numbers to BNP Paribas, and many of them had viability assessments attached to them. So I think it's an assumption based on information with those planning applications, as well as looking at the actual transactions, which are again Appendix 3 of the report. That's on the basis of looking at the existing use value and the benchmark land values that have been used. So it's a combination, really.
Okay, but you don't know. I'm just interested how you've actually done that, because obviously it'd be very easy just to add market use sales values as a proxy for established use value, and it becomes a bit of a murky
It does.
exercise. Mr. Stevens, light you can shed on this?
We can, again, with the NPR,
It'd be helpful if you could just do a short note explaining how you could, because clearly it's quite important moving on how you've done that. Before I leave this particular session, does anybody have any comments that they'd like to raise in terms of the answer? Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll now move on to matter 8, which is conservation and design for buildings. People want to take just a 5-minute recess while people change chairs, etc. So I'm closing. We'll be back in 20 minutes.
Exactly. Yeah, that's great. Hi, James. I need some coffee.
How did your party go?
Someone broke a lampshade. No, but I have to pay £200.
No, I can't carry it.
Not even first time guest, so they just included it in my bill.
Oh, wait, wait, wait. What's this?
No, my club.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Work hard, right?
Yeah.
How are you? How are you?
Hi, nice to meet you. Fretful. Michael Boyd,
Oh, were you?
Oh,
right. Nice to see you.
Yeah,
You, where were you? Were you
Yes.
a lawyer? I see. Yeah.
Yeah. Nothing. You're behind there.
Yeah, that's right.
Is your leg up to that? Is your leg okay?
Yeah, it's better like that, but they're trying to twist.
Welcome back, everyone. Some of us have moved seats, others have remained sat. Right, we're now going to look at conservation and design. We'll be looking at all of things this afternoon. So the first question is, does the plan set out a positive strategy for the conservation and enjoyment of the historic environment, including heritage assets most at risk through neglect, decay, other threats? That's really a general overarching question, so I'm not going to spend much time on that because I'll drill down into the specific questions. Policies in a minute. I've heard people's response to that, including that historic England who, unfortunately, due to staffing issues, are unable to attend today's session. In terms of the site allocation policies, are they justified by an effective understanding of the wide variety and age of heritage assets within the borough and the impact of proposed development on their significance? I'm aware of all the, sorry, Mr. Back, if you.
This one is like 100.
You're on 100, are you? Oh, apologies, didn't see you put it on.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Miss Berry.
Um,
You can introduce yourself.
I'm Amanda Frey, Chairman of the Kensington Society. The point on the question 100, it specifically sets a positive strategy for conservation. We do think that the policies are positive. However, we are not convinced that the policies will deliver positively a result in many of the future applications we're looking towards in the places, particularly Earl's Court, Kensal, and Newcomb House. From unfortunately past experience, we have seen applications refused correctly and then appealed. And for the appeal process, the inspectors have actually stated that the policies do not state or do not support some of the reasons of refusal. Therefore, we feel that the policies in many instances, maybe not many, but in instances, are not significantly positive enough to support such developments that we're facing.
Thank you very much. So, I've taken. With the back, are you still wanting to talk?
So this is number 101.
Yeah, but I haven't got. I'm sorry. I haven't asked. So if you put your. Thank you. Okay. My understanding is that there's a lot of evidence that's been provided by the council, and it's a question. And the issue that I've asked the council to look at right at the week one was in terms of its integrated impact assessment and the conclusions therein drawn was how that heritage sets were actually integrated into the conclusions that were made. So the council's done an interim study on that, but I have asked them to go and work further, do undertake further work with historic England in relation to that. However, and it's something that I'll have to consider in terms of the individual site allocations, whether there is a specific mismatch or link between what the council says in terms of, we've got all these wonderful heritage assets, and now we've got a policy, and the policy says we're going to mitigate relation to those heritage assets, but the question is, whether that policy will actually achieve that mitigation. And that's something that I have to go away and consider. And I don't think there's a great deal of point in further discussion this morning in relation to that, because that's something that I've asked for further work to be undertaken, and that's something that I have to consider in the context of the site visits that I've undertaken and the evidence that I've viewed. However, there is one point that I would like the council's info. Much play is made in the plan of the number of conservation areas and listed buildings, etc. But I don't see any reference, talk about lawn squares or gardens, all those very beautiful things that Kensington and Chelsea clearly has. However, I may be wrong, but is there any reference to the 20th century architecture or which is of heritage national significance?
Oh, could you refer to it specifically now,
Sorry, can you introduce yourself?
I'm
Please
sorry.
use the microphone.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Sarah Buckingham, Conservation and Design Team Leader. We don't refer to that specifically. We have a number, a relatively small number of 20th century buildings, generally, excuse me, Cheltenham estates, generally sort of dotted around the borough as individual buildings. I think it's covered in the fact that we note that there is variety in the borough. We haven't broken it down by categories of building range or.
Okay. Right. So that's so I'm right that no reference has been made to the more modern elements of Kensington and Chelsea's heritage.
You wouldn't see the section being compromised by that.
Okay, so that begs the question, why have you referenced all the other heritage?
By which you mean, sorry now?
Well,
Are we referring to a particular paragraph?
well, you've sort of a large number of historic buildings, 100 garden squares.
In 20th century buildings are historic now.
Yeah, okay then, talk about more mature trees and landscape, private gardens. More villas, terraces, squares, paragraph 119. Together with the garden squares give a unique character to the borough.
That's an overview, I think, sort of giving
Yeah, because that's what I'm suggesting.
the totality of the borough is like, there are still individual buildings dotted around from the 20th century.
What I'm basically suggesting is it a complete picture of the council's heritage? And if you're going to give some overview, I would suggest that it might be appropriate to give a complete overview.
As expected, you include that.
Okay, thank you. The gentleman from ECDC wished to.
Just a brief point about it.
Chris
Mealy, Monty Evans, Charter Planner and Historic Building Excavation Manager for ECDC.
You're speaking very softly, so.
And I helped prepare the representation for the ECDC on this matter. Just to make a general point, the local authorities conservation area appraisals contain a lot of information about 20th century heritage. They form part of the evidence base. So just for your information, Madam Inspector, it is recognised throughout the evidence base of the local plan.
I'm not clearly familiar with the evidence base, but I'm looking at the local plan at the moment. Thank you. Cheers, thank you very much.
Sorry, can I just say that there is a proposed minor modification to add the words, there are also 20th and 21st century buildings into paragraph 4.2.
Thank you. Mr. Bunty, you want to come in?
Just a comment on the specific nature of 20th century buildings not being specifically mentioned. It feeds in to the idea that they're not as valuable as others. And for example, I would suggest that the people who live in Trellick Tower, for example, would definitely want to see their building mentioned in the same breath as those from the Georgian period.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bunty. I don't want to go over ping pong, but yes.
Just forgive me, I hadn't spotted in 4.2, it does actually mention 20th century buildings.
Okay, thank you. But I think the general impression given is one of a it doesn't really seem to take a full picture. But and your colleague, Mrs. Wade, has already suggested that you try and include further information related to that. So thank you. Can I go to slightly obtuse question 102? It's relating whether it's appropriate to require development to preserve or enhance the setting of a conservation area. Is that what you're trying to achieve, or are you trying to achieve the preservation or enhancement of the conservation area through ensuring development doesn't take place in a setting which would impact on that conservation area?
Obviously, we'd expect policy, policy CD 3 to be read in the context of the framework, and it's very clear in the framework, particularly in paragraphs 194, 195 and 200, and the glossary, setting of a heritage asset can make a positive or negative contribution to its significance. And I think it's really appropriate to require development to preserve the setting of the conservation area to the extent that it makes a positive contribution to the significance of the heritage asset, or indeed to enhance it where the contribution is neutral or negative. We're not treating them as assets in their own right.
Thank you, Mr. Bart.
Thank you very much. Michael R. Kensington Society. I think as written, it presents a binary choice of either preserving or enhancing. Whereas the second point does mention the need for seeking to improve things and enhance the conservation areas. And I'm going to make an unusual suggestion that you put an and between A and B in the policy, because it's very often the case that a junior planning officer will see their duty purely in terms of being whether it conserves the character and appearance of the conservation area. Because it's presented with an or in that first policy, they don't go any further than that. There's also a quite separate duty, which is the one of enhancing conservation areas. And to try and bring those together, I think it would be useful to put an or between A and B, so that at least the planning officer would recognise that they've got to do both of those things, not just one of them. Does that make sense?
Sadly not, to be honest, but I will.
Well, there are two separate duties.
Yes, it's and it's
planning officers just go to A. I think they've done the job, whereas B also.
Sorry, Ms. Fraser, don't speak. It makes me even more confused. In terms of development and conservation should take opportunity to enhance the character and appearance of its setting. What's that mean? I mean, I know what it means, but how is that reconciled with the framework? Ms. Lambert, Ms. Buckingham thinking, so if you, Ms. Buckingham, do you have a response for that?
I believe that if you look at it in the context of the framework, it's to the extent that the setting makes a positive contribution to the significance of the conservation area.
It seems a bit a circular argument now. Slightly, doesn't make sense, Ms. Lambert.
Yes, thank you. We thought this was a little convoluted too. It's not clear what the "its" refers to, its setting. Is it the setting of the building or the conservation area or what? And I'm not sure, if it's the conservation area, I can see it's relevant to a development on the edge of a conservation area that's not in it, that affects the conservation area. For instance, a huge, great high tower bang next to a low-rise conservation area, something like that. And I do wonder whether it's necessary to have the setting. Maybe it is a dotting of I's here.
I think it maybe a dotting of I's that then leads to plan not being affected.
Mr. Mealy, and I'm sorry about that earlier. No, I think that is a point of drafting, and I think it could be easily addressed because Part A refers to setting, and then Part B refers to setting. And if the setting reference were removed from Part A, then it would be completely within the scope of Section 72 of the Act. And then Part B could be amended with the words after setting, or to the effect or something similar, where setting makes a positive contribution. Because Part B, on my reading, assumes that setting will always make a positive contribution or be of some value in the context of the conservation area. And as Ms. Buckingham has just mentioned, the framework and historically the guidance makes it clear that sometimes settings have no contribution to make to the appreciation of significance.
But I just feel that I'm still struggling to understand what the point of that actual criteria is. Because surely development in a conservation area has to, you have to do the statutory tests and you have to preserve or enhance the conservation area. That's a given, isn't it? Preserve or enhance, yeah? Right? And you've got development in a conservation area, which clearly got to do with a high standard of development in the conservation area. So in a way, if its setting improves because of something that's happening in the conservation area, that's wonderful. But why is that something that would actually determine whether you would actually allow something in a conservation area? It just, I'm not understanding the logic.
I think it's some duplication of B. I'm not sure that B is actually required. I don't think it actually provides anything further than A, to be honest. So unless it's that different.
There may be some merit in separating out the two. I think the development could also be occurring in the setting of the conservation area as well as within the conservation area, which is why it's included in A. But we'll just separate them out as Mr. Mealy has helpfully suggested. Right.
Sorry, I can't hear.
I'm sorry. That would be clearer.
So you couldn't hear, so.
Sorry.
I was making I couldn't hear at all.
So I'll recap from the beginning.
That's fine.
Development, I think A is referring to development, but that could be in the conservation area or indeed in its setting. But there could be some clarity in separating out setting, being very clear about setting in Part B, taking it out of Part A, and actually stating explicitly where setting is making a positive contribution to the special interest of the conservation area.
Yeah, can I just inquire, is this also intended to cover retrofitting and renovation of council housing, or social housing.
Can we not go
Conservation
down
areas.
retrofitting yet? I mean, we're just talking about the conservation
But,
areas.
but I want to know if it impacts on decisions to renovate estates in or next to conservation areas. It is germane because this is an issue that came up with the planning of the tower. I just want to know the situation as it impacts on conservation areas and whether that's covered by those.
In terms of anything that relates to, which would have an impact on the appearance, character and appearance of a conservation area, and stuff that would impact in the setting of a conservation area, that would impact on the character or appearance of the conservation area, would be something that would be covered by this policy. It doesn't matter what that activity is, if that activity does have an impact, would have an impact, it would be covered by this policy. My understanding of the case is enough. Ms. Ray.
I think this discussion is quite interesting because it's pointing out one of the problems we have with most of the development that's happening in the world right now is surrounded by conservation areas, but is not within conservation areas. And so I think the word setting actually needs clarification, as opposed to it's next to, but surrounded by some other further clarification than what setting is, because I think it's too broad.
The issue, of course, is that the term setting is set in the legislation and it's something in the framework. So setting has to be, and by its very definition, setting is something that is quite fluid, because setting can you can even have a building which is quite away from conservation area, but that's still set in its setting, or it can be something that because of a use impacts on the setting because of noise, or, it's a very, very fluid term, and one which requires a lot of sensitivity in development management application. However, it might be helpful to have an additional paragraph put in the text of the supporting text, which clearly sets out the sensitivities involved in setting, because I don't think you can actually change the word. I mean, the setting is the setting is the setting. It's just how what is meant, and give clarity to both development industry, members of the public, and the public controls as to how that is. Right.
Yes, I'm just clearing whether we've got some words missing from B. We talked about enhancing the character and appearance of conservation areas, and then of its setting. I'm not quite sure whether that should be enhancing the character and appearance of the conservation area and its setting.
I'm not sure, I mean,
Okay, all right, we'll go back and
yeah.
I mean, if there is text missing, then clearly if it's not in the plan, well, that's quite permanent, isn't it? So we need to ensure that it is appropriate. Right. I think we've. Miss Spring.
Sorry,
Sorry, Lambert.
sorry, yes, just before we leave this subject, can I say something that we shall be coming back to, I think, time and time again? That at the moment, the policies on, policies on the environment and policies on conservation are sort of in separate silos, and there's very little cross-reference between them. And this is an example. If you look at policy D, resisting demolition in conservation areas, now there's a lot in the environment side about demolition being bad for the environment. I'm not saying we should mention this in this policy, but there should be some sort of cross-reference so that people's attention is drawn to the fact that there are environmental reasons for not demolishing buildings.
Thank you. Can I just, I mean, I'm going slightly off piece here, but in terms of, but it relates to 105, which, no, actually, I'm going to carry on and then I'll come back to, I'll do a sweep up at the end. I think that's the easiest thing, because some of the wording I've got concerns relating to, but that's more a general sweep up and more high level issues. Have the appropriate terms been utilised in the context of statutory texts? In a, I mean, as Ms. Frame was suggesting, the whole point of this plot plan is that when the decision maker comes along, that they've got a policy that will achieve what it sets out to achieve, particularly in the context of decision making. And that either in the context of a council decision or one made by one of my colleagues. So is it absolutely clear how people will make decisions? So firstly, have the statutory tests all been appropriately referenced in the policies? And how does one differentiate between various elements in the element of heritage assets?
Yes, I mean, we believe that the wording of the individual policies does that, and that we've specifically broken down the policies to deal with the different categories of heritage assets. I think previously there was sort of some of them were combined in a single policy, and for clarity, but it's better to separate them out. So we believe it is clear how decision makers should look at a development proposal with reference to the particular category of heritage asset they're dealing with.
BCDC?
Yeah, it's fine. We'd just like to say that we don't think that the policy as drafted does meet those objectives. The statutory test obviously is a special regard to, which has already been referenced. Framework policy 199 uses the words give great weight to the conservation of heritage assets. The policies that we're considering, specifically CT3, 4, and 5, use the word require, and it's not entirely clear what that means practically and how the decision maker would apply that. That word also seems to me goes beyond to pay special regard to something, just to give it, to treat it as something that attracted considerable importance and weight in the balancing up of objectives. And both the word require and also the word resist, which occurs in some of the other policies, does seem to work against the balance of the framework that invites decision makers to take in the facts of certain cases.
Okay. And I'm just going to quickly go through some of the issues that I've got. The word resist, the change of use. I mean, surely you need a criteria as to when you will or when you won't. I mean, resist implies you're at peak, doesn't it? Saying, I'm not going to go to bed. I mean, I don't think something facetious there, but I think when you use a change of use, you either consider it as appropriate, and the criteria is set up why it's appropriate, or it isn't. So it's local to me. There may be a reason why you use the word resist. Perhaps I did.
I suppose we should redraft that part of the policy, because I think in read as a whole, that criteria does describe where there is an unless there in that criteria, so we could redraft it to make it positive or criteria based as we acknowledge we need to do elsewhere in the plan.
In terms of existing demolition as well, I mean, demolition, you allow demolition of conservation area if it doesn't, if it preserves, enhances the conservation area. Ms. Barr.
So I think Mr. Miller made a very good point, but unfortunately, we overlooked the fact that all of those policies are qualified. Do you think the point you were making, that if you are going to go down the route, give the reason for it? And since they are set out for the one-liner, but with some qualification, I think they're entirely appropriate.
We've seen some buildings demolished, and one of the reasons they've been allowed to be demolished is the aspect in terms of unless other people. Now, when you take a building that was a 1950s, 1940s building, it's been added on to this perfectly setting, but is allowed to be demolished because it's going to increase office space. And it's office space, the justification for demolition. And so the definition of what is a public benefit, and I think it's clarification.
The issue relating to that, and something I want to come back to in relation to the reference made by the gentleman from the Ascot company, is the overarching 199 framework policy, which relates to the impact of a proposed development, significance of designated heritage asset, great weight should be given to the asset's conservation, and the more important the asset, the greater weight should be. This is irrespective of whether any potential harms to substantial harm, total loss, or less than substantial harm to its significance. So in other words, the council, in terms of from a decision-making process, it should be clear that the balance is very much in the heritage assets favour. And I'm not sure whether the policies as drafted actually make that explicit. Because any harm, I mean, 200 goes on, any harm to a loss of significance of a designated heritage asset would require clear and convincing justification. It doesn't say no harm, you know, it relates to it's quite clear that they're very high elements to overcome. And at the moment, I'm not sure whether the policies as written actually reflect the weight that the historic environment should have within the decision-making process. And that's a general assessment. And it then leads to the questions that I've raised about retrofitting, etc., where there are references in the supporting text to where it doesn't cause significant harm to the building, it's okay. But you can't do that in the supporting text. You know, it needs to be, I think the policies need a refresh in terms of ensuring that that emphasis is throughout the policy. That is, I'm going to now move on to 104. What we can talk about, that is in paragraph 4.1. We can talk about the standard of workmanship, not being something that's supported by the planning process. I know you've set up a proposed name mod delete paragraph. And that's something that I agree with, because clearly in terms of any condition that you could put, you know, even if you were to have a 1930s standing and you wanted an extension, you'd ask for someone to put a, potentially ask for someone to build a brick panel, you know, and I think suggests that the council has no control in Harvard about how development takes place is incorrect, because you could ask, you know, I mean, I'm sure you're very familiar with it, but just be careful not to put things in policies that could or what takes like in terms of in extraneous detail, it's 105. Some of your, I'm going to leave that you answer that question. In terms of the correct nomenclature relating to various elements of the historic environment used throughout the document, and is the wording in line with the framework? Again, that relates to my initial statement. I think you need to look back at the framework and just make it absolutely crystal clear on what basis you'll be determining applications relating to heritage aspects. 107, which is a link one which is EDC in relation to the heritage. You talk about heritage significance. Where does that come from, heritage significance?
The qualifier of significant. It's not in parliament, it's talking about heritage.
So, in terms of significance, it might be useful to set out how significance can, because clearly it's when one is looking at a development relating to a heritage asset, it's the impact on its significance, and its significance as the framework sets out. You know, there's 4 criteria, there are 4 topics, aren't there? And I think it would be useful when it goes explicit, and then with reference to heritage significance, because what does it mean? The other issue that I would like to raise is where is the actual fabric of the building reference in any way, because it's not just a question of the, and this links to the whole issue of retrofitting, which I'll come to in a minute. Clearly you have a duty to ensure that the fabric of the building is protected. It's not just whether it looks okay, it's the actual, the heritage fabric has a value in its own right, not just as a, what you look at. Can we look at 108 from CD5? Whether it results in adequate protection. Having looked at all those studies, what do you do with them? What what's the end result of those studies? I'm not sure what the practical result of that is.
Which studies we're referring to?
I'm looking at CV5, schedule of
Yes.
relevant to archaeology. The council require development and setting of schedule to protect their heritage significance. Well, you agree that it's protect their significance. And then you talked about applications for development to make development provision for assessment and evaluation of the archaeology on the slide. And I suppose the question is, would you ever review something on the basis of that policy? And that's written, I don't know. Maybe you would.
Well, the point of the death-based assessment is to identify perhaps areas on the site where you would avoid using safe foundations or a particular, or you would avoid development. I mean, it's not unknown, it has happened that where a death-based assessment has shown something particularly sensitive, developments have been adjusted to take account of that, to leave those things in situ. That's the normal way that we deal with archaeological priority areas in London.
I think the thing buried in it is and include proportionate mitigation measures. I think that's the issue that's your tool.
Yes.
But it's very much buried, isn't it, in a lot of
Yes, it's that.
text, which make it clear that it's much more, you've got to protect it. Mr. Mealy.
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 Yeah, M-I-E-L-E.
Thank you very
No,
much.
you're welcome, Madam Secretary. I just have two observations on this policy. Just a straightforward point of nomenclature. It should be scheduled monuments because ancient is no longer used. But I think what the policy is missing is anything indicating how the council will use its planning powers in cases where a scheduled monument is directly impacted. Talks instead only about the setting. Maybe the point is taken for granted, I don't know. There are two regimes, as you know, scheduled monument consent, which comes from the Secretary of State. But many scheduled monument consents, in fact most actually, in urban areas have a planning component to them, which also requires consent, and which actually, frankly, normally you get first. So the policy just doesn't refer to the granting of planning permission directly affecting the intrinsic interest of the scheduled monument. Put it implicit in B, but it doesn't say so expressly.
Ms. Brown?
Yes, I think that, following on from that, you're required to do a death-based assessment on B1 and 2, but to what end do you use that death-based assessment? There's no conclusion as to actually be taken after you've done the assessment.
Mr. Wade, would you be able?
Yes, I think it's a fair point. It doesn't make it clear what the decision maker does after looking at the documentation. So I think we do need something added to that policy to indicate how a decision maker, once they've looked at the archaeological assessments, then what do we do? So it's not clear at the moment, I don't think, or not clear
You
enough.
also consider the whole issue of nomenclature and the issue relating to any development, which would correctly impact, obviously. Ms. Buckingham, you can read.
Well, I think given the nature of the scheduled monument consent regime, we're very unlikely to see any development occurring on the two scheduled monuments we have in the borough. We do have to bear in mind that we only have two, and so we can be quite specific about what's likely to happen. One is a house essentially, got it a monument, and the other is Kensington Palace. So there's very unlikely anything that might come forward in the way of changes is very likely to be very minor, and I think given the nature of the scheduled monument regime, which is incredibly restrictive, I would find it highly unlikely we'd be doing the planning application for actually within the scheduled area for any of those. That's my assessment.
Actually, three.
I believe one is left out, the Avondale Pottery Kill, which was also,
That's the one I was referring to.
that's a house.
I believe so. Somebody's looking at it.
Yeah.
They're not.
It's,
Where's the structure in that garden?
it's a structure.
I just wanted to attention to the wording in Part A, or Part A generally, which does contain a formulation which accurately reflects the setting requirement. Will require development of the setting to protect the heritage significance. I know this is going back on some of the earlier observations, but that phrase is, I think, what is included potentially in the earlier policies. That's the point of regulation.
Actually, I don't like the phrase heritage significance,
Yeah.
because then you get confusion. Okay, thank you. I'm going to break now because I understand we may have copies, so we will break till 11, so we'll resume at 11. Thank you very much.
I'm a ninja.
You're a little bit
Somebody does live in the kiln, by the way. It's a house.
I'm
No. So she was actually right.
people came and
Yeah, most people don't know that. So you survived. Strong. Yeah. Yeah. It's too late. Well, maybe we should have a meeting earlier, like planning like now. Yeah.
For instance, that yeah,
Or it's the IC. I don't even know the three names because remember our beloved Tim who lost sadly.
yeah, exactly. That's
Yeah, sadly she didn't die. Another one. He was the one who started the pop-up cinema. Yeah, tell me about it. No, I actually think the people who do that, I don't judge people by that. It's a choice, I think. One thing we have is, only thing we have is our life, isn't it? So,
yeah.
but the thing was, he had this brilliant pop-up cinema, and we did outdoor films and everything, and that could be one of the things that could
You can do link on it,
Yeah.
because then we don't.
I've made notes where no, so I just had it. Sometimes we're referring to things, you know, we're talking about.
I just
No.
20, and I'd like to resume this morning's session. Okay, I'm looking at now paragraph 109, which relates to policy CP6. My question is it worded in a permissive fashion? I'm sorry to sound like, but it's really off-putting for me when I'm trying to do this. What is the relationship between criterion A and B? And how does the London Garden Squares Act relate to the registered destination policy? The criterion B seems to suggest that to preserve the heritage significance or setting, albeit with reference heritage, discussed heritage, you should reinstate these issues or remove them at the gate or observe the significance of views into and from across the gardens. It seems quite prescriptive at some on one level, but on the other hand, at another level, having been prescriptive, does it mean that other harms are going to be allowed? I wondered if anyone else would be on this particular element. I mean, surely the issue is clear requirement as in the framework, and all the other elements seem to just muddy waters, but I'm willing to hear others. Ms. Lambert.
Thank you. I think it might, the first A might read better if it said preserve or enhance. That would make criterion B1 fit in better with the earlier bit. Because B1's about not so much preserving as enhancing. As regards the prescriptiveness, we have had a lot of problems on garden squares. We have, unusually, most garden squares are surrounded by roads and buildings on the other side of the road. But unusually in this borough, we have a large number of garden squares where the houses actually, the backs of the houses abut the square. And they are built in such, designed in such a way as to make quite often the backs of the houses are just as ornate as the fronts, with all sorts of stucco decoration and blah blah, because they're designed to be seen from the people in the gardens. And the current policies have not proved able to control some rather ugly developments which harm the back of the buildings and thus the significance of the square. And that's the reason that we're very keen to have B3 in.
Thank you. Mr.
Yes, I'm raising a completely different issue. It relates to the London Square's preservation. Things that just passed off as being other legislation. In fact, when you get redevelopment taking place, such as happened with this tall building on the road, the space got switched round, and the big issue was about maintaining the amount and quality of open space. And the question of land swaps, which relates to the planning application, is very much an issue of implementing the policy in the London Squares Preservation Act, but needs to be seen as a planning requirement. And that, in fact, that's the way it sometimes is done. But it's not recognised that the stipulations about maintaining the quantity and quality of open space that's in the London Squares Preservation Act is actually a planning function when it comes to dealing with the planning applications. And so the question is that when faced with something like that, does this policy tell you what the decision makers ought to do? And there is nothing here which deals with the issue of maintaining the space. If you look at policy GB16, it doesn't do that either. I mean, that's about maintaining and providing parks and open spaces, but it doesn't deal with this difficult question of land swaps, which comes from the London Squares Preservation Act, but will in fact be administered as part of the decision making and the development. Is that clear?
Yes, that's clear. I'm just going to hear from Mr. Mealy, and then I've got some queries myself. Mr. Mealy?
Thank you. I think main policy lane A refers both to development directly affecting the art and its setting. And then when you come down to criterion B, the only setting consideration is the one just referred to, which are views into communal gardens, which seems a very specific reference, when in fact there's a general requirement when dealing with development in the setting of any heritage asset, including an RPG. So somehow there's an imbalance in the way the policy is drafted, and I don't mean to suggest the ones in B3 aren't important. I understand that point, but that could be text which more properly goes into supporting justification or guidance to supporting text as an instance. And just a finding out of the reference here to development within RPGs, and that's the point we do make in writing. I'm sure you've taken it, but the policy doesn't really grapple with the fact that most of the large public open spaces in the borough are also registered parks and gardens, and it seems to me in general terms some recognition should be made of the fact that they do have to work or fulfill that function. But that's just a sort of practice side point, and it's a point to come up from your comments on open space.
Thank you very much. Okay, so can I just go back to these gardens, communal gardens? The communal gardens aren't registered parks or gardens, are they?
Yes.
They are.
And they're
They all are.
grade 2 registered parks.
They're all grade 2 registered parks and gardens.
Well, most of them. I don't know if they all are, but there are 16 in my area which are.
Okay, so if they aren't all registered parks and gardens, then there needs to be some clarity there, doesn't there? Because you don't want to confuse the beast. Perhaps the council could.
Some are, some aren't.
Okay, if some are, I think that fails the effectiveness. That's great. I want to read those then.
The policy refers specifically to registered communal gardens. Clear in that sense.
No, I don't think it is because it, no, not at all, because it seems to suggest that it's a legal definition rather than, yeah.
So common gardens which are registered.
But do you need, if you've got a coherent policy, registered parks and gardens, does it matter whether a communal garden or a, if they're a communal garden or they're a cemetery, it's by the by, isn't it? What's important is that ensuring that you've got a policy that works, and therefore you shouldn't confuse things by referencing the communal gardens if they're, I mean, you haven't, it seems to me you've got to be clear what you're actually talking about.
Yes, we agree. I think used to be, I think the point was made by Mr. Mealy that perhaps that could be put into perhaps supporting text as an example of the policy.
I know you want to speak, but just bear with me. Also, you've referenced, the correct scholarly manner informed by appropriate specialists. Again, one would hope that all work would be undertaken on that way. And we've already referenced that, haven't we? Mr. Buck, you wanted to come in?
Yes, I think I can help you here. If you look on page 60 of the plan, those London squares that are actually registered are shown in a different colour than all the other ones that aren't. So I'll let you get there. Can you see the different colours?
I can indeed, and that really does seem to demonstrate that quite a few aren't.
Yes.
Exactly. I mean, I didn't want to disagree with my colleague, but all the ones that I know are not registered by galleys. And you can see the extent to which that's the case. I mean, the reason why those ones were done as one estate, they were very well known, whereas the other ones are just dotted around different estates, and were never seen as significant as the ones in the latter. So the problem with the policy, going back to that, is it only covers registered parks and gardens, and doesn't cover squares generally. And having it merely as a footnote and saying, oh, it's another piece of legislation, isn't the same sort of principles about whether you would allow it to be developed or land swaps to take place apply to the other communal gardens which are not registered parks and gardens. They're called private communal open spaces here. Actually, they are covered by the London Squares Preservation Act 31. But the actual planning policy isn't, there isn't a planning policy other than the very general one that's in GB 16. So what I'm saying is, yeah, fine having a policy for registered parks and gardens. What about the other ones that are covered by the London Squares Preservation Act?
I think, Madam, I think I'm right in saying that most of the squares that they refer to, or in most of them, also fall within conservation areas. And so therefore their character becomes relevant to the discharge of conservation area powers. There, I just checked CD3 on conservation areas doesn't, I think, mention squares expressly. So I was looking at a way to just amend the current. I'm just going to quick check, I would be wrong. But they are a very important part, obviously, of the sort of environment of Borough, much of which is a conservation area in many parts anyway. So that would be one way to pick up the point. I'm just making that point. I just wanted to comment on London Square's point, just to assist you, and that's an entirely different statutory regime. Some of those squares are in conservation areas and some aren't. In a particular case, it was referred to the organization is done by special application, so it's a sort of pre-1948 policy that covers that generally is about carrier appearance in the area, open spaces.
Briefly, Ms. Frame or Ms. Lambert, because it's going to move on.
Me this time, sorry. Just to get back to the question of communal gardens, we have had real problems here because although there is a very strong statements in the local SPD about these communal gardens, the planners frequently tell us that the policy just does not allow them to refuse things even though they say they'd like to. Now, that's why we were glad that they included something in the actual, an actual policy on this subject. If it's relegated to merely a text, I am afraid that we're going to have continued problems. I mean, ideally, it would be nice to put it in the policy on extensions and small additions, but that's not being reviewed, so we can't do that. And I would make a plea to keep it in the policy, because that's what people take account of. Text tends to go by the wayside.
You're suggesting it should be in the policy.
It's in the policy, as opposed to the text.
Yeah, I understand. Sorry, again. I've got a lot of people to try and keep. Right, okay. So in terms of whether it's appropriate to specifically reference communal gardens separately, and as Mr. Mealy suggested, potentially put it within the conservation area element, just to clarify, highlight significance, but it's a separate legislation, isn't it? So I'll be interested in the council's.
We can certainly look at it. I mean, the way the policy is working at the moment, it's only addressing registered communal gardens, which clearly we've already established doesn't cover all the communal gardens. So I think the only way we can look at this is to look to see if there is somewhere else that we could put it in. I hope it would be. I accept the point that's being made, but clearly I don't think, if I was honest, that this is possibly a policy to do it.
Sorry, the conservation area policy.
Yeah, so I think it's correct to say that these communal gardens, virtually without exception, are within conservation areas. So I think perhaps we can look at that in terms of the character and appeal of those particular communal gardens. See if we can put something in on that basis.
Okay, then that way you'd sort of decouple the concept of communal gardens just in a generality versus from the registered parks and gardens. In terms of the larger issue relating to the issue of the setting of, at least from Lee's point, that there are a number of registered parks and gardens, which we have a large area of setting. How and the criteria B really relates to stuff that happens in the garden rather than out with. Is there any voluntary criteria-based policy relating to this, or surely on the basis that it's covered by the framework? Other generic policy. I mean, there are two ways of doing it. You either go full on for each of your assets and set out all the elements that you have to consider, or you have a generic heritage asset policy which references the clear issue which I was talking about right at the beginning about Para 199 about ensuring that you give great weight to the significance and then set out the exceptional circumstances when harm can move forward, and those circumstances are obviously really predicated normally on public benefit. Mr. Wade, your views?
I think probably the latter. I think we will go away and look at a generic place heritage policy, and then look at the different set out what the criteria are based on obviously we use the right terms.
Yes,
I don't use that word.
We've got those.
And on that basis, I think hopefully we can make it the plan more effective for the decision maker.
Yeah, I mean, because that is fundamentally what we're after, isn't it? Is ensuring that the plan is effective, not only for the decision maker, but for anyone coming forward who actually wants to understand on what basis a development would be determined. It's about the patient control.
Yes, I mean, I think having something in the conservation chapter rather than just the green-blue chapter, that one's about supply of land for open space and maintaining it, whereas this is actually about specific types of open spaces that add to the character of the borough. And yes, it is, a lot of them are in conservation areas, but at the moment, the London Squares Preservation Act is marginalised in this process because you haven't actually any specific reference other than the footnote. Yes, it is different legislation, but when it comes to planning applications, planning committee has to make decisions informed by the fact that we shouldn't be losing some of this space. Land swaps have to be controlled. That's done through planning, even if the legislation that signals this is a separate act.
Yeah, I think Mr. Wade has said that he was going to put something
Yeah,
in it.
That's
So just to ensure that
Yeah. I
that
mean,
is
you could
involved.
extend the current policy to make clear that it covers both types.
I think what also I'd ask the council to do, even though if they are going to go to the generic heritage-based policy, clearly it's important that supporting text makes clear potential, you can probably keep up your supporting text in response to that. You just need to go through the supporting text and see if there are any consequential amendments. Ms. Ray?
Just one aspect, this is concentrating on existing. We do have some very large developments that are hopefully going to have open spaces, and I would hope that there will be protection in the plan for those.
Yes, but that's not within this particular section, but thank you very much for that. Okay. Right now, move on to question 110. Is the plan justified by up-to-date evidence relating to historic environment, including heritage assets lost, get rid of neglect, decay or other threats? Should there be a specific policy neglect relating to heritage estimated risk? And if so, how should this be phrased? This question is slightly being overtaken by the statement of common ground that's come in through between Historic England and the council, where some wording was put forward, and clearly any wording that comes forward will have to go through main modifications that be subject to consultation, where the issue of heritage at risk has been addressed. So if anyone else, unless anyone has anything particularly want to raise with that, I'm going to move on. Okay, the conservation and design policies and green-blue policies, in terms of retrofitting of heritage assets, this seems to be some potential for unintended consequences to arise from this. And it's absolutely clear how decision makers will consider applications So, for example, criterion C, sensitive installation of double glazed window replacement supported, subject to fulfilling the council statutory duties in relation to conservation areas and listed buildings. If I were a member of the public, I would say that means I can come along and I can put some double glazed windows in and it won't be a problem. Is that what the council's saying? Because I'm sure what the council's really saying is that you'd have to look at it to see whether there was original glass, whether the window frame was strong enough to accept it, would it cause impact to the fabric of the building? And I'm not sure whether the wording as set out is sufficiently clear to set out how that could be undertaken. And then when you talk about retrofitting the historic listed buildings must be carried out so that it does not harm the special historical or architectural interests of the building. Now that implies that you're going to get permission, but it must be done in a certain way. I'm not sure if it's been, I fully understand that it's very laudable that the council wants to do as much as it can to ensure, to allow people to undertake improvements to the historic environment, but isn't the issue that sometimes if people do things like that, there's so many unintended consequences in terms of damp and impact on the fabric of the building that you end up causing more problems than you actually start out with. So it's just a question of whether the phrasing is sufficiently clear that the fabric of the building is important. It's not just what it looks like, and it's not a sort of a still the listed building doesn't take precedence. Ms. Ryan.
One of the aspects in this also is the fact that many of our buildings in conservation are mansion blocks. You'll have one flat, who decides to turn their windows into something, to double glazing, and will change the appearance of that building. And that's not addressed here.
It's where it needs consent clearly, but it's just a question of whether it can be. I mean, I don't think anyone has any issue with the principle of ensuring that buildings are as energy efficient as possible, but it's all within the context of the fabric of the building and the character and appearance. Because, for example, in paragraph 2.14, this doesn't really, I'm not sure how it chimes with the framework. The council put the installation of cold roof insulation, draft proofing, and better fitting windows wherever this can be done without significant harm to the fabric or character of the building. Now, the framework clearly states that less than substantial harm to the building is something can be reviewed on. So I'm just concerned that you might be sending out mixed messages which don't actually help anyone in terms of efficient, effective.
Yeah, I would say that this wasn't a point, this wasn't a particularly ECDC commented on, but to assist, because I do a lot of regular projects in the borough involved in listed buildings. It seems, and obviously it is a laudable objective, it seems overly complex because the main policy objective should be to adjust the retrofitting to take into account this particular significance of the property. Various technical studies, and in my experience, again, there's no single solution for any building that come across, and it regrettably, but maybe understandably, requires a team of people who know quite a bit about what they're doing to take into account all the potential pitfalls, for example, that you pointed out about compensation that occurs on between a cavity wall and a historic wall, for example. So it seems so difficult to try to almost get into specification. In my experience, I don't think you can in terms of the policy.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of also some of the evidence that's referenced, there's a lot of up-to-date evidence on the student's website, which you know, it might be useful just to have a link to that and then just have a clear policy. Ms. Buckingham.
Sorry, I think you said something.
I was just going to say that quite a lot of detail exists in our greening SPD in terms of how we deal with listed buildings, buildings in conservation areas and unlisted buildings in and out of conservation areas. I think the policy as drafted covers all types of buildings for retrofitting, and I think perhaps in terms of drafting, you know, we could look at some clarity on where, you know, how we treat listed buildings as opposed to unlisted and buildings in conservation areas. So that's something perhaps we could clarify and relook at that wording as well that you pointed to in terms of the significant harm as opposed to what the NPPF says about less than substantial harm, etc. But there is a lot of guidance outside of the local time that the council is developing. In doing that guidance, we are looking at airtightness and all the other issues that can arise with buildings.
But I mean, bear in mind though, you know, what I said right at the beginning about SPDs. You may have an SPD from 2021, but at that moment, that SPD has consisted of the plan and when this plan's adopted. So you can't just rely on SPDs, you have to have clear policy that's effective. And I think that's the issue here, is that it seems to suggest that, and you've gone for a particular, I mean, I understand why you've done it, because you're sick to death being coming forward with planning applications for this building, so and all sorts. But it's important that the policy doesn't result in there being unintended consequences, or people then feeling aggrieved that you can't say, oh, you can't actually do that. You want to make sure it's there is way to refresh your SPD once it's adopted, because it's a very moving feast. Does anybody else wish to comment on this?
Just very briefly, that emphasise that.
Sorry, you can speak.
Sorry, to emphasise that point about how quickly technology is changing, and that for that reason, it suggests to me that in fact policy should be as broad as possible.
Because I mean, my understanding is there's quite a lot of research that's been undertaken, and you know, it's suggesting things like just putting a shutter in or drawing your curtains at night, you know, all those things that actually bizarrely reduce your energy use rather than removing perfectly acceptable 19th century windows in ways. You know, I think it's just a bit more complicated than perhaps it can be provided. Ms. Frey?
I would endorse what was just said, particularly in terms of the fact that there is so much change. I mean, solar panels actually have a life of 15 to 20 years. What are we going to do with them? Because there's no recycling facilities. That will come along as the need develops. But by being very restrictive now, and we've seen this in some of the policies over the years since we have a plan that actually was written in 2010, that there needs to be some ability within the wording for expansion and change.
Yeah, so if you have an in principle policy, then that makes that much easier. Mr. Metcalfe, would you like to introduce yourself? It's not a review notice.
Hello, everybody. Proud resident for 30 years. I'd like to draw your attention in that respect to my regulation 19 response, which included modification that added the words and other technologies to this policy that would broaden the scope of what might be possible in the future.
We've discussed 113 in relation to GB6, so I don't think we need to mention that once again. Right, okay. I asked, are any main modifications required for the policies to be found sound? And the council has very kindly suggested a number of this discussion. So thank you very much for that. If there's anything else, Mr. Clark.
It's relevant to what we've just discussed. The problem is that the SPDs are running ahead of the policy, and particular policy we've just been discussing, which doesn't always leave a policy hook for those SPDs. I think we need to be quite clear that when we're talking about some of the greening issues, that we actually do have the policy. Now, on retrofitting, it needs to be a lot clearer than it is. That is the policy, and you can find out more detail in the guidance. Whereas we're referring to this largely as if you want to know some more, it's in the guidance, but without having full policy hope that you need. I think that's the point to make.
Yeah, it is. Thank you very much. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Oh, Miss Ray.
Sorry. I would like to say something about GB 16. Are we going to go to that again, or is it, we passed
I think GB 16 will be
Okay.
on another day, but
Perfect. No problem, it's just that, yeah.
thank you.
I've got a response on the viability questions, if
Oh,
you wanted to go through them, or we can
Um,
submit it later.
It might be easier to be honest if you could just send it as a written reference, because we haven't got all the viability people here at the table, do we? So it'd be better just as a written document. Okay. Right, well, thank you very much, everyone. We'll close now at 12, and we will review at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Thank you very much.
You're on.
That was another one of the statement. If taken out of the due context, might be easily open to misinterpretation. You want to be here this afternoon? So what's your name? Is your name Trellick or your name Yeah. Yes. Oh, right, I've got you. I have that remember facing you. Same, yeah. So do you remember people, what people do when they ran over. No, they haven't. They haven't made a point about the windows. And so about the roof. They didn't mention about just draw attention to you have to draw attention to a Reg 19, but didn't mention about the whole.
Yeah, that's where I mentioned the other technologies.
Yeah, but the point is it's not technology specific. It's to enable products.
afternoon and welcome back everyone. This afternoon's session relating to design and tall buildings. My name is Nessa, I'm the planning inspector. To examine the plans of the Royal Borough, Kensington Chelsea's local plan. There are some new people this afternoon, so welcome. If you can ensure that you put your telephone on its end at the appropriate time. I'm aware that there is a barrister in our midst, so I just wanted to ensure that I'm sure he'll be aware, but I just wanted to clarify for the purposes of everybody else that his role is purely just like any other things here, and going to be overreaching his approach. I'm sure that's correct, isn't it, Mr. Anderson?
Yes, but it's a pleasure being in front of you people, and I'm sure you'll be inside the same today.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on now to how do policies HO2, CD1, CD2, CD11, CD14 relate to CD7? In other words, is there duplication between the various policies? Does anyone consider that there is duplication amongst those various policies? They all seem to have different, slightly different roles. No. Okay. What does the council mean in CD1 when they reference the word beautiful?
Well, this is picking up on a specific reference in the NPPF Chapter 12 about achieving well-designed places, and identifies good design as a key aspect of sustainable development and requires a planning system to deliver high-quality, beautiful and sustainable buildings. So that's a direct reference to the framework, and the word beautiful being introduced into the framework.
Mr. Buck?
I wonder if we can use the same test that you applied earlier today. What criteria would you use to assess schemes if they're going to be beautiful?
That might be one for Mr. Wade to just clarify.
I think that would be difficult to do. I mean, the word beautiful has been subject to much debate. It is in the NPPF. I think we all have a view on whether maybe the word beautiful, what does that actually mean in practice? There is a degree of subjectivity to that. What somebody regards as beautiful, someone else clearly won't. But having said that, I think you have to look at the word beautiful in its more holistic way and look at what actually is good design. And I think beauty could be part of that, aesthetically pleasing. But clearly, I think it would be right not to rely on the word beautiful. It is a word that needs to be, I think, used. It is in the NPPF, but you need to look at the whole approach to design holistically and looking at all policies. And that's just one aspect.
It might be sensible to just in the supporting text to clarify that beautiful may not necessarily mean all buildings have to look like these. It's whether it's a well-designed buildings or not.
Yes.
In terms of the National Model Design Code, you've made reference to that. I believe the council said it was going to be putting forward a guide, or is that correct?
Yes, that's right, yes. We intend to produce a design code for the borough following the plan.
In terms of just the context and character, building on what we were discussing earlier today, in terms of examples of characteristics of buildings, criterion H. You reference used villas, terrace or mansion block. Is it sensible to put as such as, I mean, does that add to the effectiveness of the policy? Could it not be considered by excluding certain other types that you're making some form of value judgment?
Well, I think those building types are referenced because they are inherent to the character of borough, specifically means villas, mansion block. So they've been specifically referenced in that criteria because we felt that it was important that in particular those buildings are enhanced or developed and developed.
But is it appropriate, for example, in a policy, because such as really a question, for example, and isn't what you're trying to achieve, to protect character of the type, the characteristics of the type of building. And it's not really relevant what the type of building is it?
So I think we could put the examples probably in the reason justification, that those are the sort of main topologies that make up the borough. But it would be useful to identify examples of those, because those are the main ones that, you know, are within the borough. That's not to exclude any others, but I take your point that to put, for example, is probably not a good thing for the policy. So we can put those in the RJ and leave the policy.
Yeah, and you may want to take into account the discussion around the wide variety of building types in the borough, including the list of buildings and all. CD 11. Is there, how much detail are in these policies? Are they overly prescriptive, would you say? Are they on the basis of what the plan to be effective?
I think given the nature of the borough, and I know this is, you're looking at this policy and not previous, we've reworded this policy, but I think the sort of content of it is similar to previously. It has been very effective, I think, in actually giving a very clear message to the decision maker or someone else thinking about an application, where roof alterations and additional stories can be supported and when they can't. And I'm not aware that we've had really any issues with the interpretation of the policy. I suppose my view on it is that it is quite prescriptive, but I think it actually reflects the nature of this borough and the sort of type of development that we often get.
Okay, so playing devil's advocate here. Criterion C2. You'll resist additional stories on buildings or terraces that already have an additional story on one side. The obvious question is why?
Well, I think that's, perhaps it's not making it clear that if there's an additional roof, additional there already, we wouldn't expect a double mansard or another extension on a roof extension. So perhaps that's not well enough expressed, but we wouldn't, yes, I mean, normally if the property has already got a mansard, that's normally, in this borough, the traditional way of having a roof extension. So I suppose the policy is trying to pick up.
I suppose the question is, I'm really trying to say is that if you're having a policy, you need to set out what the harm is. And if the harm is that by putting an additional mansard roof on another mansard roof, it results in a poorly designed development. It's another issue, isn't it? Rather than a mansard roof on another mansard roof, and it's just a question of whether the policy is effective. It just seems to be like it just seems not to set out any rationale. It's purely a statement of the heritage, isn't it?
Yes, I suppose. I suppose it's where the plan is effective. We've tried to write clear policies, and obviously, as we know, there will be material considerations on the odd occasion where you will address other scenarios against the policy, as opposed to perhaps putting in more wording and whether that actually assists in the plan being effective. I suppose that would be my only. I acknowledge what you're saying, but it's not something that we've experienced in this borough generally, possibly because the policy is very explicit on this. We haven't experienced, not in my experience, people trying to put mansards or roof additions on existing roof, well, I say roof addition, it might not be a roof addition, but on a form of development that already exists, so it's not something that happens. I'd probably question whether we need to go further to actually set out, really identifying the harm on that, because again, I'd probably say the plan needs to be read holistically, and there's probably other policies that could pick up on what that harm might be.
Okay, I mean, I'll take it away. It's maybe just a question whether it's too much detail and perhaps if you wanted to reference issues like that, then it might be appropriate in this PD. Okay, Ms. Bach.
Michael Bach, Kensington Society. One of the problems is with modifications at roof level, where
Sorry, do you mind you speaking back?
Where you're doing modifications at roof level, where the roof already has various systems, water tanks, chimneys, and all of those need to be taken into consideration. And in a recent case we had where a block of flats, they capped all the chimneys, and that caused a lot of problems. So what takes place at roof level needs a much closer examination, and this doesn't really cover it. I don't have something very specific to add, but it doesn't cover taking into consideration what's there and what you keep. And so just trying to flag up, there's more than just putting an additional floor on an existing building. There's all what's already on the roof to be taken into account.
So I think I'll take that one away because it may be that the council would.
Yes, the only thing
I mean, I don't want to finesse it because otherwise I'm improving it, but I think make it effective.
Yeah, okay. That's fine. I'm just flagging up that there is a safe policy, CD9 small scale alterations and additions, that I think does cover well, it says what it does, so, I haven't got that in front of me, but anyway.
But to address Mr. Parker's point, yeah, okay. Can we just now look at whether how CD 14 relates to CD 7? Council's accepted that it should put protection of abuse when cooking. But is it King? I can't remember and what it was. That particular one.
King Henry's Mound.
Yeah, King
Richmond
Henry's
Park.
Mound, that should be on the policies map. And you suggested that other changes should be placed on the policies map as well. Yeah. Anyone have Mr. Buck?
Are you dealing with CD 14 specifically?
Yeah.
Yes. At the moment, the views are just a diagram, and they're not mentioned in the policy, and yet they are policy. They should be reflected in the policy itself. Due to King Henry's Mound, just suppose, is marked on that map. But all of these are policies that the council will judge developments by their impact on particular views, and yet they aren't specified in the policy. In other words, there's no reference to figure 4.5, it's only in the reason justification. And we'd like to see that mentioned in the policies, if that would make these views policy.
I think the council had you almost accepted that. I think in your response. I mean, clearly there was one thing that I don't know whether I've actually mentioned. On your policies map, you actually don't reference your policies. You haven't got the actual policy annotation next door to the policy. And just to bear that in mind. So,
Yes, that's something that we can do.
it's easily left down. Yeah. Thank you. Now, unless anyone has anything else they wish to raise in 115, I'd like to move on to 116, which relates to CD7. Whether it is consistent with the national policy and London. Mr. Henderson, if you'd like to introduce it.
Thank you. Yes, Matthew Henderson on behalf of Fred for our sites at 380 Kensington High Street. We've looked at whether this is effective, and our submission to you is not effective, and there's two reasons for that. The first reason is because the definition of a tall building isn't sound. That definition isn't justified by robust evidence for the purpose of the MPPA. The second reason is that there's an absence of appropriate provision for windfall development. I know you're going to come on to windfall in question 118, so I'll just park that until 118 and just address you on the threshold. The threshold isn't sound because the definition of tall building, certainly from the chapter area I'm interested in, which is E1, as being 30 metres or wrong, is based on 1.5 multiplier that's been applied to the wrong starting point. The council has a historic approach in the SPD of applying 1.5 multipliers to determine what a tall building is, as against local context. We don't dispute that as a general approach, but the important difference between what is proposed now as opposed to what was done under the SPD is instead of allowing a case-by-case assessment to say, well, what is the local context and what is therefore 1.5 times that in terms of height, that's been fixed, and it's been fixed certainly for the purposes of couch area E1 at 30 metres as being a tall building, and we say that approach is flawed. And it's flawed because the way that's been done, and in particular I'm referring here to the tall building threshold paper, so that's CD 713 level, does not justify that as a threshold. I don't know if you've got CD 713, that'd be probably useful to just have a look at the reasoning for that. Yes. If you've got that, it's in the
CD 713.
13, yes, the tall building threshold paper level. It's one of the submission documents.
CD plus
713. Tall building threshold,
Yeah.
2022. And madam, if you look on, it's PDF page 5, internal page 3, where it says local definition of a tall building, subheading 3. On that page, on paragraph 3.2, it explains the approach of 1.5 times higher than its context to be a tall building, which I've just set out. That's the approach that the council wants to adopt, 3.2. Then it goes on 3.3, initial mapping of prevailing heights revealed that our local interpretation of the London Plan definition of tall building would be suitable in many parts of the borough, in that 21 metres would be 1.5 times the prevailing height. But then importantly, in other parts of the borough, mainly on main arteries and major town centres, the predominant heights already meet or exceed London Plan definition. So the context, the baseline in those other parts is already above 21 metres. Now it goes on and you see below that paragraph on the next page, you see the building heights. Like, for example, our character area E1, which is on the very western boundary, that is all marked in a dark purple as being above 30 metres on the left-hand side of that figure. And it says at the bottom below that, it was therefore concluded that the London Plan definition of a tall building would not be appropriate for the whole borough. Instead, it's going to be a judgment based on local context. And then turn over the page. Issues and options document showed these areas of tall predominant height based on the assumption of a tall building being 1.5 times taller than the predominant height, included the option of the tall building definition in these areas to be 30 metres. So if you're not 21 metres, you're 30 metres. It's an either or. Now the footnote, the reason why I asked you to get up, the footnote is really important. The figure of 30 metres is derived from 1.5 times the London Plan threshold of 18 metres. The floor level of the uppermost stories, that's 27 metres, 18 times 1.5, plus 3 metres to reach the roof height. The difficulty with that is that that assumes the local context is 18 metres. Because it's done 18 metres of the local context times by 1.5. But the problem with that as an approach, and we can see it in the figure immediately above, is that in some places the local context is way above 18 metres already. So for example, in the couch area I'm talking about, couch area E1, that all of the figures in this paper illustrate a local context with a starting point of 30 metres. So the 1.5 metres, 1.5 multiplier has been applied to the one starting point. Instead of applying to what is actually there at the minute, which the council has assessed as being 30 metres, they've applied it in that footnote to a lesser starting point of 18 metres. Because that makes this policy a nonsense, because you get situations like in character area E1, where you're describing a tall building as being something which is below the prevailing heights of what's already there. And in our, I don't actually get it up, but in our representations, our hearing statement, we've given you a slice through, a virtual visual slice through what 30 metres looks like in the character area. And pretty much all of the main buildings in that character area are above that 30 metres already. So the tall building, which is meant to be 1.5 times local context, has simply ignored, at least in this character area, what local context actually is. It's assumed it's 18 metres. In actual fact, the council has already acknowledged and drawn it on that figure in front of you as being 30 metres level. So it's not justified.
I'm not sure this is entirely the right place to come in. I, Suzanne, that local resident. I'm just wondering about the submission just made
because it only seems to be predicated on surrounding context. What about the other factors that determine whether it's a tall building or not? There is no defined size for a tall building. It varies across the local authority areas across the country, and the things that have to be taken into consideration include the impact on views, daylight, overshadowing, and also you have to balance it against the impact on the local area, ensuring that they contribute positively to the local environment and provide sustainable solutions. So there's the impact on the community as well. So that submission is only talking about surrounding context. There are far other factors to be considered to determine what a tall building is.
Thank you. Gentleman
Thank you, Madam. Good afternoon. I'm Jonathan Smith from Earls Court Development Company. We clearly came and made representations at the site allocation session a few weeks ago, so I don't intend to go back into that, and I'm aware that there's a piece of further work that's been required by you from Hammersmith and Fulham and RBKC on the specifics of the height study. But just to say, in relation to policy CD7, the outcome of that exercise is incredibly important because of the way that Part D restricts tall building within site allocations to the heights specified in those site allocations. And I just note that in the supporting text to CD7 at 4.56, there's an acknowledgement that the heights work done to date is only indicative. We will obviously need to see what comes out of the further work, but we think that CD7 as currently drafted can't be so specific about restricting tall buildings to specified heights.
Yeah, I mean, I'll come to a bit more detail on the actual wording in a minute, but I just wanted to just a general issue relating to the exam. Mr. McCarthy, if you can please introduce yourself.
Hello, Mark McLeod, local resident. I have a comment to make on the Trellick Tower site, known as SA7, and in relation to conformity with paragraphs 70 to 71 of the National Design Guide, which I think can be questioned because it's unclear how a 14-storey tower that is proposed would relate well to the existing landmark Trellick Tower. I would therefore propose that no modification be taken to reduce the height at site allocation.
Thank you very much. Does the council want to come back specifically relating to issues or definition of tall buildings really in terms of the plan? So you've got your tall buildings, figure 4.3 fundamentally.
Yes. So if we go back to the evidence-based document, we turn to page 4, which is a map showing the building heights in the borough. So it was said that in the areas where we've identified the local definition to be 30 metres or more of a tall building, that there is a predominance of buildings which are already over that height. So that is not correct, because you can see from this image that the areas where the really deep, the maroon colour appears is in the minority in the borough, whereas most of the borough is characterised by areas which are shown in green, and those are the areas where we think where we propose the building height definition to be 21 metres or more. And then the other areas where we've correctly identified in the study, which run along the main arteries and the town centres in the borough, the predominant heights are in the range of 18 to 30 stories. And specifically to the site which is being referred to, the Hilton Olympia Hotel, the context of that site sits within, it's opposite the Warwick Road development, which is a new development, and the building heights there have been established through a planning application process. They are close to 30 metres, but it's not a location that has been deemed to have buildings taller than 30 metres. There are a couple of towers in that area which are landmark, sort of campanile kind of structures which were granted planning permission but it was not an area that was categorically being deemed as a blanket approach to have a definition which goes, which is much higher than 30 meters, because it's a brand new context. And otherwise, I think the approach that we've taken, so it's also multi-layered, so there are other factors which Ms. Amlak also mentioned. So we've looked at the existing building heights, but then we also looked at other points of context. So page 6 describes what they were. We've looked at the historic townscape and where taller buildings would cause a significant change to the skyline. For example, there are a number of bullet points there. We've looked at the town centres and along the arterial routes, which were the areas where the 30-metre or higher definition has been proposed, as well as areas where there may be further change, such as the opportunity areas and the employment zones, but also where we've got singular tall buildings, so they are not necessarily included as points where we would have a blanket definition of 30 metres or more. And this kind of approach is supported. In fact, the work that we have done is in full alignment with the London Plan Guidance, which has recently been adopted on characterisation and growth, including this identification that where you've got points of tall buildings in an otherwise low-rise context, that is not the basis for then setting definitions which are much taller than the surrounding context. And as an overview, I think the borough is characterised by generally low-rise buildings. It's not a borough where you would see many tall buildings as in other central London boroughs.
Thank you very much. Mr. Darcy.
Thank you for the opportunity to raise this issue. I just wondered, in the academic discussion about whether a building should be 30 metres or 1.5 times 30 metres or the local context, some consideration ought to be given to the length and reach of appliances after the Grenfell fire.
I understand. We'll be looking at plans tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, just briefly to pick up on Grenfell again, I just wanted to cite the need for trauma-informed practice and the fact that obviously following the atrocity, there are many residents who are actually triggered by the idea of tall buildings, over sort of 10 floors, should we say. And so I would like to think that the local authority includes something around trauma-informed practice, around design and build tall buildings. And actually there's a lot of research to show there's very little community benefit to tall buildings, and in fact they have the opposite effect. There's quite a bit of research from design makers and policy makers in other parts of the world as well to show that actually has a very negative impact on children, on social relations, etc., etc. So I'd like to take that in, or have that taken into consideration in the design and location of tall buildings.
Mr. Hamilton, you want to?
Yeah, very quickly, the council's answer is one to entirely alter the evidence they've put in, is full zone plan. So, for example, I'll give you the reference, you can look it up later. CD7/14, which is the character study. And if you look at page 102 and 103, so this existing character as assessed by the council, character area E1, it expressly notes tall buildings, all shaded in dark across that character area. There's no variation on the character in the tall buildings in this character area on the council's own appraisal. So the suggestion that was put to you, well, there is a variation, so we take a different approach, is at odds with that evidence. And as to the suggestion, well, this is all because of other factors, well, the council looked at that in their topic paper, character area E1, there's a topic paper I took you to, 713 on page 8, PDF 10. E1, Earls Court and Warwick Road. Is the London plan threshold suitable? Yes, no, no. Is it suitable after additional factors? So those are the factors, no. And then the notes to that doesn't say 30 metre threshold applies. It says opportunity area. So that part of the analysis seems to recognise, well, there's potential for taller buildings here. And we don't need to apply the 30 metre threshold because where the 30 metre threshold should apply, it says there. But the council just ignored that when it then comes through to actually showing you and drafting on figure 4 where those areas is, because they just then shaded it in all as 30 metres, despite their own assessment saying that even with these other factors, 30 metres isn't the right approach. So I go back to the fundamental point. The evidence base doesn't justify for this character area a 30-metre definition of it being a tall building. It's simply not there. No part of the evidence demonstrates why the council have reached that judgment in conflict with its own appraisal in the character study. So what you heard today is not consistent with what the council has said elsewhere.
Mr. Wan. I mean, this isn't a public inquiry, right? You know, the specific science and emission science. But yeah, carry on.
We support the council's general approach, and if you look at figure 4.3 on page 122, that is the obverse to the picture that Preeti was talking about previously. These are the areas where tall buildings exist and where you might think they might be appropriate. If you then turn the page and go to page 124, this is narrowed down to where there are actually opportunities for development. Because we're not talking about redeveloping existing tall buildings. We're talking about where it might be suitable to have tall buildings, bearing in mind the context of the location. So you can see that it boils down to various site allocations, and we can talk about what's actually the right height for some of the buildings in those, and the main ones in contention are actually Kensal, Earls Court and Evening. So I don't know whether we're so worried. I mean, that's what it boils down to at the end of the day, and not particularly a numbers game. Because the opportunities for actually developing tall buildings are limited by the fact that sites are limited. So, although those are areas on the previous map 4.3 where they exist, the actual opportunities for development are limited by whether those are likely to come up for redevelopments within the time period of the plan. When we come to talk about other areas, we can deal with that separately.
Thank you very much. I'd like now to move on to the issue, we're still looking at CV7. Obviously, Mr. Anderson has set out his nice approach, and I'll take that into account. In terms of, you've defined, just want to get my head around how you've actually got what this policy is about, really. You've set out where you consider, so the threshold is if anything's over 21 metres above in area X, it's a tall building. If it's over 30 metres in area Y, it's a tall building. And therefore, because tall buildings will only be acceptable within locations which are identified on the plan, by very definition, they won't be acceptable in those areas. Is that the nub of the issue?
That's right, yes, they would not then be acceptable unless they have been identified in the in 4.4, the figure 4.4. And also the policy D9 of the London Plan is triggered when a planning application comes in for a tall building. So if there are other material considerations, if the council is faced with an application even though it hasn't identified them or on the map showing the appropriate locations, then we would have to make an assessment based on that policy.
Okay, so just having been clear that my understanding is correct. So in other words, In terms of the assessment criteria, that purely relates to the sites on Kensal Rise and, you know, the ones that are defined on page 124. Yeah. So, there are two questions moving on really. How would any windfall development come forward? So basically, any windfall development would be refused because it's not a full building in the right location. Is that correct?
That's the simple answer, yes, but of course, you know, as acknowledged in criteria B of policy CD7, it does say that proposals that meet or exceed the definition of
Sorry,
small building.
criteria B, did you think?
Criteria B of CD7. So it says that they will be assessed in accordance with London Plan Policy D9. So it's not an immediate refusal. Clearly, if the council is in receipt of a planning application which exceeds those thresholds, we would still have to make an assessment. And on a case-by-case basis, if, you know, having considered the local context, so we've done the study, we've done the evidence in terms of what the existing prevailing heights in the borough are, and we've come up with our assessment in terms of what those definitions are, and identified these suitable locations for tall buildings separately. However, if the authority is faced with a planning application, we would still undertake an assessment based on all the other material considerations and all the other benefits that development could possibly bring.
Okay, can I just home in, I mean, my name is Henderson, but just
Yeah, cool.
home in on something. So, in the London plan, criterion B, subsection 3, tall buildings should only be developed in locations that are identified as suitable in development plans. Yeah?
Yeah.
So what happens, it still doesn't seem to be any criteria for a policy out with that location.
That's correct, and that is something new that has occurred since our last local plan. So we have got a new policy in the London plan that has asked local authorities or London planning authorities to devise a policy within that context. So that is essentially the task that we have done, and which the Mayor has confirmed in their letter that they are supportive of the work that we've done, and it fully complies with all the requirements of policy D9. But it does present this question to local authorities, and that's why my response that we would still have to assess them based on all the other factors that may be. And in terms of an assessment
So what
criteria,
other factors would they be?
the public benefits that a scheme could bring, the actual assessment, detailed assessment of the design and the context within which that building sits. In reality, in this borough, we haven't seen a lot of tall buildings because of the heritage constraints that we kind of emphasized throughout the plan. So inherently, it is a low-rise borough. We don't really see tall buildings as much as one would do in other London, central London boroughs in particular, and that relates to the borough's context. Nevertheless, you know, something slightly exceeding those thresholds, I think there could be circumstances that justify granting permission in that case. But that assessment can only be done on a case-by-case basis following the policy D9 of the London plan.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Madam, thank you. I'm afraid the council's approach to policy D9 is just wrong. If you have a windfall development in a tall building in London, policy D9 accommodates that through Part C. And we know that, through what High Court told us in the Hillingdon case, that's, I won't read it out, I'll give you our hearing statement, Madam, that's M8.6. And we proposed the development bit for you at paragraph 2.3. In considering whether to grant planning for a tall building that didn't comply with paragraph B3, so that's one that isn't shown as a specific location, because it's not identified in the development plan, it would surely be sensible and in accordance with the objectives of policy D9 for the proposal to be assessed by reference to potential impacts which are listed in Part C. So that is how the High Court tells us that policy D9 works. But of course, the council have adopted an inconsistent approach with that in their CD7. Because we were told, well, actually, if you're windfall development, you don't look at Part F and the criteria there. There is nothing actually in CD7 that deals with windfall development. That is what your question is driving at. And because the council haven't made any provision for windfall development in CD7, CD7 isn't in compliance with D9. The council approach seems to be, well, in that circumstance, we won't look at CD7, we'll just kick it all back to policy D9. But then that's a local plan that isn't doing what it needs to do, because it's not dealing with windfall development.
Isn't the London plan part of the development plan?
Well, of course, madam, it is. But if that is the approach the council is going to adopt, and it's not going to provide any local policy on that, then it needs to say so very clearly. It needs to say, if you're a windfall site for a taller building, then our policy CD7 is not what we're going to use. We're going to use only policy D9. If that's the case, then council should just be clear and say it. At the minute, they haven't said one way or the other. They want to use their policy CD7, but it's a policy that doesn't deal with the situation. So if the council wants to go down the D9 route, my clients would have absolutely no issue with that whatsoever. But they've just got to say that is the approach we will adopt to windfall development, and it should be said so clearly in our plan.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Butler.
Yes. The court case, which was referred to the gentleman down there, the judge said that she couldn't accept the Secretary of State's letter, which was perfectly clear, because she didn't think it was a public document. It was a public document, and she misdirected herself in terms of it. That made it quite clear that this is actually what she called a gateway policy, where if you didn't meet the criteria, you fail. And that's exactly what happens here. That's what the London Plan says. Any plain reading of the London Plan is very clear that, and I think you read it out yourself, so I don't need to repeat it, that if you are not in an area deemed suitable for tall buildings, then you fail. Now, any plain reading of that is very clear. What the council has done has expressed that in the context of our local circumstances. Why would you expect anybody to think it's open season, put a tall building wherever they choose? I don't think that's what the gentleman down there is saying. I think he's suggesting that a taller building might go, because if he's representing Earl's Court Development Company, they have a...
Sorry, no, Mr. Mark, he isn't, but
He isn't, I beg your
anyway,
pardon.
let's forget who anyone's representing, let's just think about it about the
I
policy.
think it's perfectly clear where tall buildings are considered suitable, and then there's still a question of how tall, and the areas where they're not considered suitable. And you can't be any clearer than that, because that's what the London Plan says, that's what the council is saying. So who's making an argument for building anywhere? Or just, I mean, anybody can come along and say our site is suitable for a tall building. And you say, no, it isn't. It's looking at everything that's in the plan, it isn't.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mark. Mr. Badley.
Just going back to the issue of local context, I wonder if there would be any scope for including community trauma in the consideration for the height and scope and size of buildings. And if within that, within C, and I will come to C15 in a few days, but there is mention of the design review panel, and I wondered if there was any scope for local residents who are experts by experience to be included in that panel.
Thank you, Mr. Badley. Ms. Amline.
Just to add to what Mr. Batty said, as well, perhaps thinking about wording around the impact on mental health and well-being, which would then be predicated on, require the use of a trauma-informed approach, because there's no mention of that.
Thank you. I'm going to park Mr. Henderson for a while. She's obviously welcome to come back in.
Well, I'll have to wait to hear what council have to say about how they want to deal with it.
Yeah, well, just. Okay, I'm leading this session. Okay, in terms of the relationship with policy, the London Plan D9, I did ask whether there was duplication between CD7 and D9. And remarkably, CD7 is actually a shorter policy than D9. Why is that? And I don't understand how it's sort of a local response to it if it's actually sort of less than the actual London plan.
I think in this particular case, we felt that the London Plan Policy D9 does provide very detailed criteria, which we have been using effectively in as far as since it came into being. And therefore the shorter policy, I feel that criteria B that I mentioned earlier does, well, it very clearly says that we would assess them in accordance with London Plan Policy D9. That's both with reference to any windfill site, as I mentioned earlier. We are completely in line with the court judgment and how we are expected to apply policy D9 to all types of schemes which propose a tall building in the borough.
Okay, can we ignore the court case at the moment? I just want to look at the criteria. Okay, so you've obviously you define your areas in A. You say you go straight to policy. You know, if you did a Venn diagram or a sort of a you know, the arrows, at this point you go off to policy D9 at criterion B, yeah? Then you say that criterion B will not rely, you know, you're not gonna, if it meets that threshold and it's a single story extension, it's not gonna be an issue, you develop back. Then you say, only be acceptable in the areas defined or the locations defined. I mean, that's a different, I mean, I'll come on to that area versus location in a minute. So does this E, does that not then become mired in the actual London plan and assessment criteria? Does that not again become mired in the London plan?
Yeah, yes, I think there are some overlaps there.
So in terms of making it sort of a cleaner policy, would it be more appropriate to delete from criterion E? Would that be logical?
So I think we can look at moving that under the assessment criteria because I think some of those may be valid. It would just need cross-checking with, we've covered everything in terms of there's nothing missing between this policy and D9 that we want to pick up under the assessment criteria.
Thank you very much. Spark. Promise. If you can't, if you introduce yourself.
Amanda Fry, Chairman of Kids in Need Society. One thing I'd like to ask that in reference.
Sorry, I don't think you're speaking to them.
Just one thing I'd like to ask that just came up a second ago was in relation to public benefit. And that's when a building is defined as tall and it's determined that it's acceptable because of public benefit. Now this seems to be a stretch to me because we're seeing buildings, particularly 344, 350 Old Romford Road, which is over 30 meters tall, opposite a Grade 1 listed cemetery, and not in the any employment opportunity area, allowed because of 50 housing units.
Sorry, Ms. Frame, I'm slightly confused whether there's any benefit elements.
So what I'm wondering.
Sorry, Miss, where did we mention public benefit?
Yes, she mentioned just a minute ago, allowing a tall building. I wrote it down, sorry, I was sitting hearing it. Maybe I misunderstood you.
I think it was just to explain what may happen to a windfall site that I mentioned, that there could be other public benefits that are taken into consideration in the round, but that's not a policy that's listed anywhere in the plan. That's just how planning works.
So yeah, I'm not interested, I mean, at the moment, I'm just looking at the relationship between CD7 and the London plan. So I'm not talking about windfall housing.
Oh, I thought we were six.
No,
Sorry.
don't worry. Mr. Battley? Sorry, I can't remember the name from, and if you can.
William Kumar, Fresco Investment Holdings Limited. I'm just reiterating what James on my left said earlier about non-compliance with the London plan. I think what council are kind of saying is what we're asking for. I just don't think it's written expressly in that policy. The leg of policy D9C should, in my view, come in into policy D9D with an extra sentence which would cover that off any sites which are coming forward outside of the tall buildings locations will be assessed against policy D9C of the London plan.
Thank you. Right, so let's just keep it in relation to CD7 and D9 and the relationship between it. My understanding is the council accepts that the assessment criteria at the end of the period, that the role of their policy is to signpost other people to D9 or not. Is that correct?
That's right. I think D9 is so detailed in terms of where it's talking about mid-range, long-range. It's telling applicants how to go about their visual assessments. All the considerations for tall buildings in terms of the architectural qualities. I think what we have done, the 2 or 3 criteria that we have under assessment are just supplementing what's already in policy D9, which we thought were important to mention in our local context. But otherwise, the council relies on all the different criteria of policy D9, which the assessment criteria of the impacts runs into, well, it's over 2 pages long, and we felt that was very exhaustive in terms of what we would, and we didn't want to duplicate that.
So, but for example, requiring any homes to be provided of the highest quality, I mean, I don't understand how that relates to a tall building. It's just a community criterion, isn't it? So, I mean, I'm just setting out how, these drafts aren't necessarily relevant. But I'm aware of Henderson's concerns, so it's, at the moment, I'm just looking at the wording. I'm not talking about what evidence base, which is what you're
quite right, but on the wording, you may have to ask the council to talk you through the steps to closure, and that was really helpful from our perspective. And I agree with Fresco, if the council is going to apply this in the way that they explained it to you, can that not just be clarified in this policy? So, for example, you were told, when we got to CD7B, you were told, well, that's where we go to windfall, we go on to D9 Part C. That's great, if that's what the council are going to do. Can they tell us that in Part B, and that's what they're going to do?
Only saying that, I mean, we've got reason justification for 4.3. Tall buildings will be assessed against criteria seen in the London plan, so D9. So we flag it up quite clearly where in the London plan we would assess the policy. We're not going to duplicate the whole of the London plan policy, which is extremely detailed at the bottom. So I don't understand this point of how the council needs to actually signpost any more clearly than it's done already about where a tall building, should be assessed. I think we've made it crystal clear.
Thank you very much. Ms. Scott?
So I think the criteria in D9C apply to any tall building, including the ones that are suitable in suitable locations. Suitable locations doesn't stop the analysis, it probably triggers the analysis that's got to be taken. So C in policy D9 kicks in after you've got found a suitable location.
But I'm not going to stress.
Sorry, Mr. Henderson. Sorry, gentleman.
Yeah, I just feel like we're talking about the same thing. It's just the order of this, where this piece comes in. CD7B is in the definition section. For me, that paragraph B has become either after D or as part of D. Because we look at this policy and okay, that's a definition. Suitable locations for tall buildings, okay, you've identified where they should be, and then the next leg should be tall buildings outside of those definitions then need to be assessed against London Plan Policy D9C, which I agree, pointless reiterating it in this policy because everyone can refer to that in the London Plan. It's just slightly illogical in its in the way it's set out. If you're looking at it sort of sequentially, as you say, in your kind of flow diagram, the way am I answering yes or no to this, go on to the next stage, it doesn't sit right. But I kind of think that's the only point that I'm trying to make. It's all there, it just doesn't seem to be in the right order.
We're out to accept Mr. Henderson's interpretation of his court judgment, whereby D9C relates to all rental housing coming forward. That's what you said.
Correct, well, that's how you assess wind forward to do.
Okay, then is it for me to actually go one way or the other on this? I mean, if the court say, I mean, this is, I'm just running an argument here. If the courts say that D9C is for windfall housing, why would this plan have to say anything other than deal with it as it has, perhaps in a more truncated form? And that's the question. The gentleman from Hammersmith and Fulham, if you can introduce yourself.
Sorry, I'm Alan Jones. I'm the Urban Design Heritage Team Leader at Hammersmith and Fulham.
You need to put your microphone on.
So I'm Alan Jones. I'm the Urban Design Heritage Team Leader from Hammersmith and Fulham. We've encountered this issue recently, which has been tested through a calling decision for Edith Summerskill House, which we can find for Edith calling decision for Edith Summerskill House. We can send some of the detail behind this, but the interpretation of D9 considered the Hillingdon decision in the inspector's decision on that matter and confirmed that actually when you take the development plan as a whole, the extent of conflict should be assessed against D9 rather than a local tall building policy. So it does clarify the matter that there doesn't need to be a link within the local plan policy for that to then be assessed under the framework of the category C of D9. But we can send some of that detail over for clarity.
Can you explain that one again?
So the decision, when this was assessed by council officers, this was before the Hillingdon decision was published. At that stage, we took the criteria of D9 as being another material consideration in considering the conflict of a site that isn't within an identified core built area in terms of that overall conflict with the development plan.
So you took it as a proxy?
Yes, so that was at that point, and then when Hillingdon came in, the decision came out after that, and the decision is quite clear about the fact that the fallback position of any sites not inside the tall building area should reference and be referred to in terms of the framework of criteria C of D9 in assessing the conflict of the development plan as a whole. So in that regard, there wasn't a need to cross-reference that in terms of any other policy.
Thank you very much.
It's just a question whether or not that policy was actually written before D9 came out, and that's probably why that they've taken that approach. But obviously, we've got an opportunity here to write a policy with D9 in mind.
Thank you.
If that's the approach going to be adopted, I'm not suggesting you reproduce every part of D9C. You simply say, as we've said, once you get through your flowchart, you get to windfall development. It's not a no never. it's apply D9C and consider whether you think it's acceptable. Not one of your locations, you've done that part of the assessment, but then you don't just stop. You then apply D9C. And whereas the council, when they introduced this policy, it was a no never, it's our locations or that's it. Well, if that's not what this discussion has evolved into, the council now evolved their position and say, if not one of the locations, then D9C. That's fine, we would accept that, but it's not to be part of their policy. It's got to be part of the development plan, as the council interprets it locally.
So I don't think, there are a number of applications that the council receives which are not always in line with every policy that the council has in its plan. So I don't see this as any different to those kinds of schemes where we have to take into account the plan as a whole, the other material considerations in determining a planning application. And I think as far as the suggestion that we can move the criteria to another location within the policy, so it's moved under suitable locations for tall buildings, I think it will be, where it is at the moment, I think it signals very clearly that anything over that threshold, and that includes sites that we have identified as appropriate for tall buildings and the windfall sites, but by moving it under suitable locations for tall buildings, then I think it would actually signal that we only apply it to where we identified sites as suitable. So, but the council doesn't have an objection, or we are happy to move the criteria if that assists in the legibility or clarity of the policy. But I think we couldn't have been clearer in signposting back to London Plan Policy D9 in criteria B, as well as the supporting text which Mr. Wade referred to earlier. And there are a number of other policies in the London Plan where throughout the plan we cross-reference, such as the community housing policy, where we cross-refer back to London Plan Policy, but we don't have to spell out exactly how and in what circumstances. And I think we don't want to signal in our policy itself that we feel that tall buildings applications would be welcome anywhere in the borough other than the areas where we have identified, because otherwise what would be the point of setting our policy? And this is something that London Plan now requires London authorities to do. So we have proactively identified the locations and the definition. But all I'm saying is that there are mechanisms within the plan to deal with applications that sit outside of those areas and outside of those thresholds.
Thank you very much. I think I've heard all I need to in this respect. I've got some more questions. Yeah, but I think it's slightly academic now. C7, you talk about, you've got assessment criteria. I just wondered what the point of that was really in the supporting text. And it seems to be, if you've got assessment criteria, does it mean the policy or not? I mean, and to be fair, it seems to be more sort of duplication of what's actually in the plan.
I think we can have another look at that text. It does seem overly detailed, and if it repeats what's in the London Plan, I think we'll be happy to redraft that.
Okay. Can I just now move on to the difference between the areas where tall buildings are suitable and the difference between area and location? In terms of the London Plan, does talk about maximum heights and it does talk about locations. And I just wondered how that related to the specific policies. Albeit we've already done that, but overview.
I think in terms of the London plan, the reference to define what a tall building is for specific localities, so paragraph 3.9.3 of the London plan. So that's with reference to the definition, so it's wider than the site, which is what we identified in terms of the two specific definitions in the borough. And then it talks about in 395 strategic overview of tall building locations across London. So I think the site-specific work that we've done in our borough, it's just those specific sites which we've identified as suitable locations. It then drills it down to that site-specific location as opposed to a larger area of the locality.
Thank you. How about in terms of the maximum element?
So maximum element is 392 2 of the London plan, which talks about in these locations determine the maximum height that could be acceptable. So we've identified the locations where tall buildings may be an appropriate form of development in 392 with other specific sites, and then within these locations the max heights.
Sorry, I didn't catch what you said there.
So we've identified the locations where tall buildings may be an appropriate form of development as set out in 392 of the London plan. And then under the same paragraph, point 2, it says in these locations, determine the maximum heights that could be acceptable, so the locations being the sites.
Just related from Brian, LLP, you introduce yourself.
Thank you, Madam Inspector. My name's Catherine Woods, from DP9 here at Park Assembly in LLP. I think firstly, I just wanted to sort of make a couple of points just in relation to the comments which have been raised. Firstly, we're fully supportive of the current site allocation and maximum heights which have been identified within that. I think it's just a point to flag that at the moment, the way in which the heat map is shown for the site allocation to specify areas which are taller buildings as sort of reflected within the current evidence base. And I think it's just a point to flag that significant work was undertaken as part of the Kensington Canal site, which is the SBD at the time in terms of locating areas where tall buildings could take place. And I think it's just an acknowledgement to say that we would welcome the opportunity for those areas where tall buildings could come forward to be identified.
That's in the policy, is it not? I mean, obviously, they're undertaking, you are understood as a council trying to make further work, but obviously, I have to go away and think whether a heat map is an appropriate approach, whether something should be more defined on the basis that whilst it's an area, it's quite a big area. It's not like just a single dwelling in a single site. It's quite a big site, isn't it? So when one talks about this heat map, I have to consider whether it's appropriate to define it specifically where these locations are. But in terms of the SBD, I'm afraid the SBD is, as I've said many a time, an SBD pre this examination it only has stages if it course with the fund plan.
Thank you. Am I okay just to sort of respond to just on those points? Agreed, and I think it's just sort of an acknowledgement that also within the evidence base there are areas between the eastern and western clusters where it's identified areas of taller buildings. I think it's just an acknowledgement, new evidence base sort of is brought forward as you say, that those areas where taller buildings could be brought forward is sort of determined.
Well, it has to be determined, yeah. So to the evidence and make conclusions. Mr. Barclay.
Just on that last point, where the areas are identified, has there been a review of density, population and urban needs?
Well, we're just looking at the physical attribute of the height. I mean, we're not looking at the site allocations, we're just talking about whether it's actually being defined on the plan. That's not really looking at.
I accept that, but question.
If the council wants to come back on that. Okay,
I think we have allocated a quantum of development on those sites, which, and then we can average out what the kind of based on the dwelling size mix, which is also set out in the plan. So one can work out what the population density could be, and in fact, we've had to look at child yields in terms of developing the infrastructure development plan. So that work has been done behind the scenes. And in terms of amenities, so that's all in the site allocation as well. So it allocates land not just for housing, but also for social and community users and open space and other things that make a good place.
I'm not going to go into specifics of the site allocations. We've looked at those before, and as I say, I've asked the council to undertake some additional work. But it might be helpful if the gentleman from Hammersmith and from council could. Have you got any update relating to the work that I asked you to undertake for the council?
I think actually to Woodward from Fulham. We do have issues together with SA2. Again, this is I appreciate that we've had this discussion multiple times. There is further work still to come, but we do raise issues with the use of the indication of maximum heights that's being used in figure 4. With relation to tall buildings, again, that is justified as a maximum. There is a discrepancy between the use of.
Sorry, I didn't even to dig into the detail, but my understanding was that you'd about signed the statement of common ground or something. Is that right?
We have undertaken work that is an assessment of the opportunity area heights analysis. With regards to a statement of common ground, we have not yet been able to come to an agreement with RBKC that would mean we would differ from, or we would withdraw our position statement that has already been submitted to the examination.
So can I just can I characterise it as you're still working together? So if that's fine, I'll leave it at that. I don't want to dig. I'd obviously heard better news. I gleaned that things are more rosy than perhaps they are. So I'll wait until things become rosy. Okay.
Yeah. Well.
Thank you.
Here we're discussing.
Sorry.
Sorry. We were discussing what were the appropriate areas that we're looking at and the heights. Most of the sites are quite specific and almost shrink-wrapped to the footprint of what's going to get built there. And that's almost talking about not just a location as if it were an area, but actually is very site-specific. Indeed, in one of them, you're only going to use part of the site rather than the whole site. But for the two main site allocations, we've got a very large area. We're concerned we didn't actually get to talk about how did you arrive at these heights when we last looked at site allocations. because we do not believe that some of the things which just look like plucked out of the air, such as buildings 98 metres tall, 31 stories, where did that come from? And why should the whole of the site be subject to buildings that tall? That hasn't been justified. And it's not just about when you build it, is it going to look, how is it going to look on the skyline? It's actually much more than that. It's about how it fits in its locality, the impact on daylight, sunlight, streetscape, and the techniques that are being used for reviewing a trial run of something as high as 98 metres. Using the equivalent of a lens, it's a wide-angle lens that pushes the things into the distance. The impact, is said, is not very severe. Actually, if you were standing on the spot and looking at it, you'd be looking through a 50mm lens, which is the equivalent of your eye, and you would see it very differently. We believe that the impact of the choice, and a pretty arbitrary choice at that of 98 metres, you'll probably understand why, it's the height of Trillic. That is not a ground for covering a large site like that with very tall buildings. Trillic is unique, and its uniqueness is the very thing that differentiates it, not for replication. So we have a fundamental difficulty with what the council has put in their site allocation as appropriate heights. And that's quite fundamental because it's a question of you might configure it differently, but it does raise questions about whether they're pushing the envelope far too much. And so we didn't feel that last time around when we were talking about this, we could raise that issue. We think that what's been chosen is very arbitrary and is not based on a bottom-up, but purely saying, okay, we'll accept that. And that's not a good way to do it. I think it's very hard to justify. It's trying to justify post hoc the choice you've made. That's just not good enough. So we have some problems also with Earl's Court, but we'll leave that for now. But I thought this illustrates why we do need to build things up from the bottom rather than pick a number and try and fit in with it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hart. Gentleman from Earl's Court.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Apologies for jumping the gun earlier on raising the comments. I won't repeat those. Just to say that we'd also hoped that RDKC and Hampton and Fulham could reach a positive outcome on the piece of work that's been done. And just to note that I think as a reminder that there is London Plan guidance, the characterisation of growth strategy guidance, which goes into the detail of D9 and talks about the flexibility in which that policy can be applied by boroughs depending on the evidence base that is produced for a location into both the way in which the diagrams in the plan work and the way in which policies then are worded in terms of appropriate heights or maximum heights. We'd obviously like to understand the outcome of the work that's been required in order to then understand what policy wording and diagrams are appropriate as a result.
Can I just confirm, has that piece of work been put in the Council of London work on the examination library?
So the piece of work is still ongoing. We have drafted, I believe, the plan.
No, I meant the London characterisation work that Douglas spoke about. Is that in the examination library?
Okay.
No. On the London plan.
London.
The guidance is, yes, that is in the public domain, adopted by the.
And it's in our examination library.
It's not in our examination
Could
library.
it be put in our examination library?
Yes.
Because as you're aware, I can't go fishing about.
Of course.
Yeah. And other people's like,
Yeah,
interesting as it may be, but
yes, I'll get that.
anyway, thank you. Mr. Barton.
Just very briefly, I live at Old Street ordinarily. I didn't have the chance to object to a building built in Hackney, which is just across the border because I live in Islington. I can't open my windows between October and November, I have to close the curtains because of the development in the Atlas building, which blinds me. And these are the considerations with these 30, 32, 35 and 40-storey buildings. The impact on them is much further away than ordinarily would be expected, and I think that has to be taken into consideration.
And just to add to that, and to what Mr. Bach said as well, if we take the Kensal site, I won't mention the other sports site, and think about the impact of tall buildings over, based on this 30-metre guidance, how that will impact residents living in the, particularly Norland, not Norland, Nottingdale ward, where Grenfell Tower is, and the surrounding Lancaster West estate. So again, we'll have an eyesore of a huge tower, which again triggers trauma in the community right there, and people on that estate will be witnessing that development as well, and eventually those buildings. It will not have a positive impact on the community.
You've got the turn around. Clearly I've got a lot to think about, and I'm waiting for more work from the council on council rise and on the ECDC side. Taking on board Mr. Henderson's critique of the evidence base. Council's suggested a make modification of the CC7 in relation to D9. Don't think I have anything else that I wish to raise on the tall building. Obviously, does anyone wish to raise before I close this session?
Yes, Evening Way.
Evening Way. Again, these are site specifics, are they not? I know they're talk. I know the sites are identified as site. Yeah, tall buildings. Yes.
There is a major problem here. Is that the council says they're going to consult on what it could be. It's only for part of the site, and yet it's building in a high limit for them to decide quite how far they want to go.
Sorry, I misunderstand what you're saying there, or I don't understand what you're saying there. In terms of Evening Way, I've asked them to go off and do some more work to try and justify what the...
But I think there's a problem in that they're not ready to decide. They were going to consult on that.
Was that on a commission?
No, consult on what it should be. It's the council's own development.
No, but I meant on a proposed application.
Yes.
Are we sort of conflating the local plan and what the council is trying to do?
I don't think the council yet knows what it's going to do, and they're trying to safeguard a 50-metre building, and they might not decide to do that. So they've given themselves a lot of leeway, and most of the people, I think, like the town over to the gentleman next to me, will tell you what the problem is.
I'm lost now.
Somebody from the council could establish a council position, because I don't really, as I say, I don't really want to complain what the council's proposing to do, or part of the council's proposing to do with what I have to consider in terms of whether whether that particular policy is sound. I mean, I know it's sort of semantics, but it's what am I going to get myself?
Inspector, you asked us to go away and look at appropriate evidence base to justify the height that was reached as part of the site application. That is indeed what we're doing. There was an evidence base views assessed as part of an application that didn't actually proceed. In fact, it was withdrawn, but it did go into the public realm. So that evidence is out there. It's our job to go away and supply you with appropriate evidence to establish whether 40 stories is appropriate. Mr. Bart's quite right in the sense that we made it quite clear that any scheme coming forward, we would work closely with the community on that. That's part of our housing colleagues, that's stipulated in the local plan, we've made that clear. But I think in terms of the evidence base, it's up to the council to provide that to you. I think that was the point that you made when we discussed it.
Ms. Almack?
I was just wondering if we could have some kind of modification that specifically talks about engaging with the residents in addition to obviously developers and other local authorities around the construction of tall buildings particularly in the wards in the north that have been affected by the trauma of the Grenfell atrocity.
Well, obviously, in planning terms, we've clearly set out in a statement of community involvement about how we would engage communities. Clearly, that's part of it. I'm aware that obviously this is a council housing proposal and separate to what we need to do in planning. There would be an expectation, clearly, that through the council's, through our consultation strategy, that we would also involve residents as part of evolving proposals, but that would be separate to planning. Clearly, we have our own function to do that, but in terms of council-owned sites and how they're brought forward, then council has set out how it will involve residents moving forward in terms of engagement.
Very briefly.
Mr.
No
Barty,
pun
sorry,
intended.
Sorry, Mr. Barty, I didn't ask you to come in. It's not or even a discourse, it's me asking questions. So it's in terms of what we sound like requested was something relational to tall buildings, and so the question is whether there is a specific. I mean, I understand the rationale clearly why you'd want to get people involved. I think Mr. Wade was saying in statement community involvement, the way that people relate to tall building, how the consultation process will go on is through that. In terms of the decision as to whether the tall buildings are in specific locations, that's come through this process, and the buck is beginning to sort of stop with me, obviously I'll have to, I've asked the council to undertake further evidence and there may be further consultation, but it's really becoming a question of whether the council wants to, if I make any modification, whether they want to adopt the plan and move forward.
It was just to the point that in the text it talks about neighbouring boroughs and developers, so all local authorities, but it doesn't mention residents. And I'm just wondering.
So which paragraph?
I don't know, I don't have the plan in front of me. This is what I've just kind of cut and pasted from this. There was mention in the policy or at some point in the document about developers and local authorities, but no mention of residents. And maybe I've got it wrong, maybe it's an old version, but that's what I've still done.
I mean, residents have to be consulted, gentlemen from Traffic Town.
The Keith Benjamin from Traffic Town Residents Association. I really wonder if the consultation process could be a little more defined, because to date it's been completely not what anyone would really call a proper consultation, as was shown in the last application. Being the residents being asked whether they would prefer an 18 to 16 story building isn't consultation. That's, do you like this or that, and didn't provide an opportunity for the residents to say really what they wanted or felt.
Thank you.
That
Thank
should
you
be
for that.
in there somewhere.
But unfortunately, that's
I
not my
understand.
gift to control how the Kensington and Chelsea consultation processes. Mr. Buck, you have your.
Yes, I think I need to refer you to paragraph 10.21. And I don't see that the situation as it was written back in last December needs to have changed. And if that's the case, the council hasn't undertaken the engagement with residents that was proposed back in December, and they want to be allowed to use those parameters, that's 50 metres or 14 stories, to allow them to go away and design something else. Now, am I misrepresenting that? It seems that there hasn't been any movement, and we haven't got an alternative to really establish the heights once we've had an engagement. They're not ready.
Well, with risk of
Mr.
risk.
Wade, just bear with me. Mr. Barty, you wanted to come in briefly, please?
Yeah, the issue comes back to the issue of the charter for public participation and how early in the process the community involved in this. The plea has been time and again to an excuse upon to have this in at the ground floor so that residents are included in the decisions on the size of the buildings, not the cost, not what it looks like, but at that stage, at the height of the building and the impact it will have on them. That's all that people are asking for.
Thank you, Mr. Barty. Mr. Wade, you wanted to come in?
Really just to say that obviously from the planning viewpoint, in terms of this local plan, Madam Inspector, you've asked us for the evidence to provide to justify height up to 14 stories. Separate to that process, and it is separate to that process, housing colleagues, if they're bringing this site forward, have made it clear that, and through the Charter for Public Participation, which you mentioned, that they will need to involve residents in what comes forward. And that work has still got to be done. So work was done, but it was reflected that perhaps it was still following residents' concerns. So the council's still got to do that piece of work, but in the local plan, we're looking to set an appropriate height in terms of what we require for the local plan. So the evidence that we need to justify that height, we will need to submit to the inspector.
Because it'll have to be, it'll be for me to decide whether the plan policy site allocation is justified. Also, whether it's got appropriate evidence. Demonstrating it's acceptable. I don't believe there's anything else that I need to hear from people. In terms of the additional work that's been undertaken by the council, and which will come to me, that will be publicly available on the website, depending on what it actually brings out. It may be that I ask for additional work. It may be that I then just move straight on to main modifications. I don't want to commit myself either way at this point. And I won't be inviting representations as a matter of course on that evidence until I'm aware what I'm actually going to be doing with it. Obviously, any main modifications that I recommend to the plan will be the subject of the consultation. Okay. So, is there anything else anyone wants to raise before I finish this session? Okay. Well, thank you very much, everybody. I believe the council have provided tea, so if you want to, sorry. Yeah, we need to go for our action points. Sorry, that we haven't done it obviously. At the end of the session, the council go through action points, and these are published roughly at the end of the week.
So in terms of matter 10, social infrastructure, transport, viability, action point 1, 4.45 of the DMP Paris Plan Viability Study, confirm how the zero benchmark land value for public land has been calculated and factored into the viability study, what constitutes public land.
Well, that's an amazing act of efficiency. The council's really undertaken that work. I think it might actually go on the website. We've got some actual photographs.
Number two, which again I think feels about the short note to explain how benchmarking and values have been arrived at in the viability study. So moving on to the matter 8, conservation and design of tall buildings. Action point 1, main amendment, paragraph 4.2, make greater reference to the significance of 20th century architecture and its contribution to the borough's heritage. Policy CD3, main amendment, add paragraph supporting text to explain the sensitivities of setting.
So in terms of 4.42
Yeah.
century historic heritage, I would suggest that there is as much sort of the whole conservation policy needs, well, sorry, the whole conservation needs sort of an overview area, and I just not just want a specific paragraph.
Okay. Obviously CD3 action point 2, main amendment, and paragraph of supporting text to explain the sensitivities of setting. Look at CD3. Is there missing text in part B? Question mark. CD3C, main amendment, clarify what is meant by resist. Redraft to make the criteria more positive and criteria based.
Well, so in terms of CD3A, we'll be getting rid of it and its setting.
Yes.
I mean, there were quite a lot of them.
There were a lot, so you may have to bear with us on this one because there were, as you've said, please do. I'm sure you will. So action point 4, CD3D, demolition, and again, main amendment regarding the use of the word resist. See if we make a criteria-based policy. Number 5, in terms of general assessment, need to make sure that policies within Chapter 4 are explicit in favour of protecting the heritage asset. This needs to reflect the weight as per the NPPF. Policies to be redrafted to ensure that this emphasis is clear and consistent throughout. Make it clear in policy the basis from council. So I'm just reading. Make it clear in policy the basis that the council will determine use for determining planning applications. Action point 6, paragraph 4.41, main modification. Recognise that standard workmanship is material when determining the planning application.
I think it's more rather than don't say it isn't. I don't think necessarily have to say it is.
Right.
Don't say it isn't.
Don't say it isn't. Yeah. Action point 7, heritage significance. Set out how significance is considered stroke assessed. Make this explicit. Remove reference to heritage significance. Number 8, plan should recognise the duty to protect the heritage fabric of appropriate heritage assets. Number 9, main modification, CD5B, relating to scheduled ancient monuments and technology. Redraft to clarify the implication of the assessments set out in the policy, and the criteria must feed into the decision-making process. Is that clear?
I know what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's particularly
No.
articulated clearly.
No, it's not
But you know what I mean, you meant, and I know what you meant. So
Yes.
by the time you've written it down and printed it tomorrow, I'm sure it will be nice and concise.
Okay. Action point 10, CD5, term should be scheduled monument route. Action point 11, CD6, council to ensure that communal gardens are included in the relevant policy, perhaps in conservation area, character and appearance. This is removing it from the National Parks and Gardens reference. Action point 12, CD6, setting of parks and gardens, criteria B, includes a generic heritage asset policy considering public benefit. And I think you, as an inspector, expressed the general view as to whether we could have a generic based policy with criteria based on legislation in the correct terms. I think we're going to go away and try and do that. It may require a little bit more clarification from us. I think what we will possibly do is one overarching policy for designated heritage assets, but still separate policies for each type of heritage asset with correct terminology. But I think we need to go away and look at that because that depends how far we need to do that. And clearly what we don't...
Remove references, for example, that
Yes.
issue, just to make it more robust.
All right. Include amendments to the supporting text reference to garden squares. Action point 13, policy GB1B, sustainable retrofitting. Have in principle policy, not including excessive detail techniques which will change over time. Policy needs to be clear what is acceptable for different types of property. Retrofit heritage assets, is it clear that the fabric is important, not merely what it looks like? So I think there was something about fabric being included.
I don't think I necessarily wanted it to be what's acceptable for different types of property. It was more the general principles for retrofitting to ensure that the statutory provision was the most important thing, and then the principles of, you know, basic do no harm, you know, so it's rephrased, so swapping it around really.
Okay. CD1A, in brackets, main modification, beautiful, the word beautiful. In supporting text, clarify what we mean by beauty. Perhaps include well designed rather than necessarily aesthetically pleasing. Part of that. CH1 brackets H, main modification, policy amended to state that we will preserve and enhance the characteristics of different types of building, and include examples in the reason justification. Policy CH14 views, strategic views to be included in policy.
CD.
Sorry, yes.
Sorry,
Yeah, it's got CH there.
Yes.
CD7E, main modification, criterion E overlaps with London Plan, move to assessment criteria F.
Sorry, I misunderstood where you go now. I thought that we were going to get rid of the assessment criteria on the basis that assessment criteria were already set in the sort of assessment detail.
I agree. That's what we had agreed.
We'd agreed that we'll just have another look to see that there's nothing slips between the gaps. So if there is anything local that we need to address in our own assessment criteria, we may. Otherwise, we'll strike them all out.
I can't believe that the demand covered by materials are robust, fitting in their context. I mean, the issue is safety of residents and occupants, potentially in terms of the fire safety policy, maybe that you want to transfer something there, but I would have thought that there's anything here that would be sort of controversial.
CD 14, I think we've proposed, this is regarding strategic views to be included in policy. I think we've provided a modification on that. So CD7E, main modification, delete assessment criteria, as covered already in CD9, which is just what you've said. CD7E, main modification, review criterion E and remove it, me repeat, that's possibly what we've just said again. An action point, add London plan, tool building work to the examination library, so obviously we will do that.
That's just to clarify, that's the London planning guidance, not tool building.